Morning. Hopefully I can get this banged out quickly because, oh dear, kindly has picked up, sorry about that, has kindly been covering the trucker convoy in amongst so many other things. Deep gratitude. So I don't want to step all over that because that's equally very important. But what I did want to talk about this morning is, let's see here. Hopefully everybody's having a good morning. So I put this tweet out the other day. Sarah, good morning. First in, Peter Lamb. Lucky Blair made front page news in Halifax today. Negative light. Oh, you're going to have to send me the picture. Nosy CK. So I put out this tweet the other day at, what was it, 11:07 on the 24th, 2 days ago. And this was what I wanted to talk about. Sometimes I speak a little bit type of thing, right? So actually, most people who know me know that's the way I communicate. But I do hope it's not a I told you so. I hate doing that shit. It's always just about credibility. That's it. Where do you get your information from? So okay, then as a result, you can just have a quick look at that one. I should link that too down below. I have linked the document that I'm going to talk about. As a result, October 25th. So what is that? I'm just being a smart ass. October 24th, 11:07 a.m. October 25th, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so a day later and $1 short. Now, as they would say, this is the way the machine works. You do the right thing, right? Not that I'm saying necessarily Dan Brien did the right thing. What Dan Brien did is what all people in politics, they cover their ass constantly. Thank you. Is they cover their ass, right? Darren Campbell, backup notes. Lucky Blair denials no longer fly. Wow. Front page news, Halifax. Political interference. This stuff is really warming up, and it's going to get worse. Just wait. This is the front page news down in Halifax. Thank you very much, Peter. So I just wanted to run through the affidavit. Affidavit is very important. This is the piece of evidence that you can legally rely upon the most. Don't listen to goop that you read necessarily in an interview. Who cares what interview it's in? Or even in front of the mass casualty, right? That we've heard before, or in front of the trucker thing, whatever. These people can lie, and they do. But an affidavit is something that you has the strongest level of credibility. Morning, Nikki, Linda, Countryside. Affidavit is the strongest level, okay? Because if somebody lies here, they can go to jail. It's very serious. And you have a permanent record of it. Four corners law. Okay, so Superintendent Jeffrey, I've linked the affidavit down below. Came out yesterday, sometime evening, I think. Looks like. Bolak. Beautiful lake. Okay. Do swear the following. I have been employed by the RCMP as a regular member since January 21st, 1991. I am currently the RCMP's Deputy Chief Security Officer, RCMP headquarters. As part of my duties, I am responsible for the RCMP's National Personal Security Program. As such, I have personal knowledge of the facts and matters disposed herein, except where based on information and belief. That's opinion. But that's also an out that people sometimes build in. But again, all these things can be questioned upon. April 28th, 2020, a call took place between RCMP Commissioner and some employees of H Division, the RCMP division in Nova Scotia, and from RCMP National Headquarters in Ottawa. On around June 24th, 2022, RCMP management, senior management, learned that Dan Brien, I think it's Brien, but everybody calls him Brien. I think it is Brien, but anyway, RCMP Director of National Media Relations, Issues Management, okay, which is probably why he was in there to some extent, and social media, had recorded at least part of the call. Mr. Brien had been one of the participants on the call. Okay, so this is the infamous, obviously, April 28th phone call. I am informed that on June 24th, 2022, Chief Superintendent Michael O'Malley, okay, so this is a name to note, right? I've spoken about, I don't know if I've mentioned him before, but was told by Mr. Brien the recording was done on a personal device and it was no longer available as it was on an old phone that had been stolen. Now we're at stolen. We've had, what is it, missing, deleted, and stolen. Okay. Chief Superintendent O'Malley, please note the name. It's important. Is the officer in charge of H Strong 2 team within the RCMP. Okay, now I've spoken about H Strong 2. For those of you who don't know, H Strong 2 / IMT, Issues Management Team. This is John Robin formerly. This is Janice Gray formerly before that. On the 23rd of April, it was formalized, but before that, April 2020. This team is very important. This is their defense team, and this is also what regulates the information, the taps of information to the Hoyt investigation, the ESDC labor investigation, and to the mass casualty investigation. This was who was disclosing and supposedly compiling all the information, right? But at the same time, they were running defense stuff. If you read Diamopoulos's, I'm not going to go off too much, but Diamopoulos's interview, you can tell, what did you look for any of the positives? No, that's not. They're looking for all the defenses so that they can get out. Is responsible for coordinating the RCMP's involvement with the Mass Casualty Commission. Of course, right? I am informed that Jolene Bradley, Chris Lee, good morning, also discussed the recording with Mr. Brien and National Communications communication service manager, another national communication service manager on June 24th, 2022. Dates are important, and I'll go into this deeper later. Ms. Bradley is Director General, RCMP National Communication Services, and Mr. Brien, Direct Manager. And so the boss, right? She is told that by Mr. Brien that the recording was done in error and it was not common practice to record meetings. Okay. He stated that the call had been recorded on a personal device that he no longer had use of. That's just an accidental oops, fall into that one. The record button. I am informed July 7th, 2022, Mr. Brien went on sick leave from his employment. Uh-oh. Stuff is starting. From his employment, and as of today's date has not returned to the workplace. Uh-oh. RCMP reviews. In the absence of someone being lawfully authorized to record a meeting or notifying another, why is my thing not doing its job here? Or notifying other participants in the meeting that it is being recorded, this is Canadian law, video or audio recording of a meeting can result in unlawful collection of personal information contrary to the Privacy Act. Now, I'm not going to give a legal, because I can't anyways, opinion on that. However, I'm not so sure about that. I'm not so sure. If one party is aware it's possible, I don't know. Anyway, as such, on learning that a recording had been made April 28th, the RCMP began reviewing the matter under applicable privacy and security regimes. You go after the person who gives the good stuff, right? NS44. You go after, that's the way it works. Remember how Mills spoke about this? He was being investigated. I can tell you, I have spoken to many people in the same position. This is what happens. No, you're being investigated. Huh? What? It's not news to them. But you do the right thing. Good morning, Tara. You do the right thing. And it's not necessarily the right thing if you think about it, right? Well, why should somebody have to sit down and record a meeting? He's doing that to cover his ass in case something hits the fan, because that's what they do. Darren does his notes, and then he's got them in the back seat there if he needs them. Oh, see, I was really upset about it. But this is what people do. They record each other so that they can get an out or write notes or whatever. Security review, or have people in the room like Chief McNeil, have lots of people in the room. Oh, you see, you can't tell me that. Same thing. Mills did the exact same thing. There was, what did he say? 13 other people in the room. They can't say it. They can't deny that they said it. Even some cases, you go back on the channel, I think it was when we were discussing the pension plan. Wow, the bus went boom over those guys. Or you can look at Dave Moore. There's lots of them. On July 15th, 2022, Ms. Bradley submitted a security incident report to the RCMP Central Department Security Section on July 22nd. Okay, so it's the timeline. When is he going out sick and things like this? This is This is all important. On July 22nd, Ms. Bradley advised of the matters involving Mr. Brien. On July 26, 2022, a security review for cause investigation was launched into the security incident report to CDSS related to the unauthorized recording of the RCMP of an RCMP operational meeting. Who are they going after? Right? Black page doesn't help, does it? Who are they going after? Not tweeting for nothing or doing videos for nothing. Anyway. Do they go after Lucky? Do they say that this is a problem? Or look into Blair or any of that? No. I want to know how the tape came to light. I still haven't figured that one out. Of an employee's personal mobile device and stored outside the RCMP's information technology infrastructure. The review, of course, because you don't want it on their shit. It's like their notes. Excuse me. They just get lost on the old drives. The review for the cause investigation was assigned to security investigator of the CDSS. CDSS on August 22nd, CDSS requested to schedule an interview with Mr. Brien. He advised that he needed to consult his personal physician. And he was currently off duty, sick. Mr. Brien told the security investigator that the doctor would not be available until September 6th. Dates are important here. It's going to probably come into play in respect to the MCC and other things. On September 2nd, I spoke with Ms. Bradley about the status of Mr. Brien's RCMP-issued laptops and mobile devices. Ms. Bradley contacted Mr. Brien in and around the date to obtain them from him. On September 7th, 2022, National Communications Center personnel retrieved 2 RCMP-issued laptops, 1 RCMP-issued mobile device from Mr. Brien. Oh, but we can't get any Celebrate data off of those. What are you talking about? Can't find any GPS. What? Everybody had them that day. April 1819. You'll know where everybody is. From Mr. Brien. The following day, these were provided to me. Although the RCMP believed from Mr. Brien that the recording was on a personal device that was no longer in his possession, efforts began to review the RCMP-issued devices. Funny that they can't do that. April 1819, isn't it? Funny that they couldn't do that with all the victims' phones. In depth. All of them. And the RCMP's technological infrastructure for the recording. On September 12, 2022, Ms. Bradley submitted an access request to Department of Security to search the RCMP-issued devices and its technological infrastructure. Celebrate. They know everything on that phone. Beginning on September 13th, 2022, searches have been conducted on the RCMP-issued devices and RCMP networks, shared drives, and work email. We're digging through all of his trash. As of today's date, the recording of April 28th, 2022 has not been located during these searches of RCMP technological infrastructure. Oh, so he was He was smart. Don't put it on their shit. Put it on something away. Keep it in a safe spot. It's like that. Maybe some information that might be keeping certain people safe here in this story. September 20th, 2022, security investigator conducted an interview with Mr. Brien. I am informed that during the interview, Mr. Brien advised the investigator that at some point after the April 28th call, he realized that he had recorded parts of the call, but that he had no need to record the call, had done so inadvertently, and did not recall make the recording. Okay. During the interview, Mr. Brien advised the investigator that he was still in possession of the device, which on April 28th, 2020, call was recorded. Okay, so they knew September 20th, 2022, that the call was recorded and he was still in possession of it. When did, does anybody know offhand? That is after Assistant Commissioner Brien appeared. Is that correct? At the MCC? Because he said the device was, what was it? Lost or something. Deleted, stolen, lost. They wanted to delete it. He confirmed that he had deleted the app that was used to record the call sometime between the April 28th, 2020 call and the spring of 2022 due to space limitations on his phone. Mr. Brien indicated that he had not tried to restore the recording on his phone. He agreed to having his phone forensically examined. Boom. Boom. Celebrating, where was all the April 28th, April 18th, 19th celebrating of every single device, of every single member, and victim, not the partial garbage that they surfaced, which is clearly curtailed carefully. Mr. Brien also said that he confirmed that the recording was not made on a phone that was later stolen. Whose notes were getting stolen in this story again? Perhaps? I recall something about stolen notes. Does anybody remember anything about that? During the move? But on June 22nd, he may have thought so, as he did not remember the specific date on which another phone he owned had been stolen. Dr. Webster. Dave Moore. Oh boy. On September 27th, 2022, security investigation confirmed the RCMP's National Division Digital Forensic Services that the unit would be able to assist with the search and consent forms were prepared. What is it again? Why was this not done? Wow, wouldn't it be convenient if that device had been stolen? Nobody would have any reason to steal it, would they? September 29th, 2022, the security investigator contacted Mr. Brien to arrange a data extraction from his personal phone. However, well, obviously, different phone. However, Mr. Brien advised that he was elsewhere in Ontario at the time. While the security investigator began making arrangements, the RCMP personnel closer to Mr. Brien's location to facilitate the data extraction on October 4th, 2022, Mr. Brien notified the security investigator that he would be back in Ottawa the week October 10th, 2022. There you go. Bing. Sorry, oh dear, I don't mean to be stepping on stuff. I just wanted to get this out. Please make sure that you're watching the trucker stuff too. And oh dear has kindly been streaming that. If you want a link, please do. I encourage everybody to go over there and watch that. Isn't it today? Premiere, possibly? God, I saw the media on TV today. It just made me so angry. Now they want to try and come out the heroes. Fuck you. The RCMP does not have the authority to search in absence of the individual's consent or judicial authorization a personal digital mobile devices. So now they want to go and seek warrants to go into his personal phone. Maybe Indo. Oh, wow. Oh, ouch. Ouch. Well, he has a good way of recovering things from garage sales in this garage, doesn't he, or something? Maybe he was at the auction. October 12th, 2022. So handy that happened all around the same time as the Department of Defense losing stuff, isn't it? Oh, look, I found a hard drive. October 12, 2022, Mr. Brien met with security investigator and provided consent for the RCMP to search his personal mobile device for the recording April 28th, 2020 call. The same day, the security investigator provided the personal device to DFS, Digital Forensic Services. An image of that device. Okay, so that is Celebrate. That is exactly what Celebrate is, an image. That's the way it's referred to. Of the device was taken and the phone was returned to Mr. Brien that day. And I'll tell you, like, just take my word for it, please. The shit you can rip off a personal phone or off a person's phone is outrageous. You can never get rid of anything on there. Any sites you've ever been to, if the phone has even tilted, where all you've been, what speed you're going. A lot of them, the heart rate monitoring. October 13th, 2022, but definitely GPS for everybody. October 13th, 2022, DFS advised me that 3 audio files had been retrieved from Mr. Brien's personal mobile device. I confirm that the files appeared to concern the April 28th, 2020 call and obtained a copy of the files from DFS. But he deleted the stuff to make room, right? No, you can't ever. Later that day, I advised Assistant Commissioner Paul Brown, who is RCMP Chief Security Officer. Okay, so that's this person's boss, who is acting as Deputy Commissioner of the RCMP Specialized Policing Services, which I've never completely been able to unravel. Specialized policing, but it's definitely an interesting department. That the recordings had been retrieved and I provided him copies of them. October 14th, 2022, arrangements had been made to advise the Mass Casualty Commission that via litigation counsel, the recordings of April 28th call 2020 had been located. How convenient. Mass Casualty Commission on our time limited. You can take your time limited and stuff it up your ass. People should tell them to throw it away. I want a full investigation. I want a royal commission into the fucking MCC now, which I am informed was done that evening. Copies of the recordings were provided to the Mass Casualty Commission. What? What? Well, I thought you're all done here. As of today's date, the security investigation, what? Remains ongoing. To who? Into who? Into what? Recordings. Now, while I agree with privacy law, etc., do you see where they're focusing their efforts? Are they focusing it into April 18, 19? No. Did they care? No. They cared about regulating the data through IMTH Strong 2. They certainly cared about that. And when the call comes to light, however that happened, which will be a very interesting story, must continue to investigate Dan Brien. No, not Blair, Lockheed, political interference, none of that. Let's get rid of the person who had the stuff. Administrative review. Oh, okay. On July 28th, 2022, Ms. Bradley requested an administrative investigation be conducted with respect to Mr. Brien. An administrative investigation. Oh, okay. How many more ways can we skin a cat here? And the recording of the April 28th, 2020 call. The original mandate of the administrative investigation was approved August 2nd, 2022. Interesting date. When did they know about the recording? But amended on and around September 2nd, 2022 to avoid potential overlap with the security investigation. Because, we got dual investigations going in. Two. What? On or around September 28th, 2022, the administrative investigator conducted an interview with Mr. Brien. I am informed during this interview, Mr. Brien said that he did not recall recording the April 28th, 2020 call and had done so inadvertently. Okay. Not that I'm not angry at Mr. Brien. He's part of the system. He understands how this is played. He's got to cover his ass. They all do. He was not able to recall if he had stopped and restarted the recording or whether the app had broken it into multiple files. He also said that during this interview, he confirmed that the recording had not been done on a phone that was stolen. Who's stealing phones? Maybe it's just maybe it's just a happy coincidence, or unhappy in the case of Mr. Brien. As of today's date, I am informed the administrative investigation remains ongoing. We'll get into the article later because I haven't read it yet. Thank you, oh dear, for letting me know about the file that about this. Odier's all over everything. Like white on rice. No, can't function without everybody's help in this one. We're very blessed. Audio recordings. The 3 audio files that were recovered April 28th are the following. Okay, so then they go out to list them. It appears that they match from what peripheral I saw on this, the times wise. Remember that this call is only in part where's the rest of it? Like the real meat and potatoes. The part that Lee is running out of the room crying. They give you the softball part, which is good enough that a few people seem to care now. I saw somebody made a comment about that. What did I do? Did I just tell the truth? Nobody was caring. Sorry, not my fault. They could have mentioned something a long time ago. I believe they had 7 months, if I calculated it correctly. Technical analysis of the files has been undertaken by DFS. Is the name of the file is taken to be the start of the recording, April 28th. The times could be covered by the following. Okay, so I tend to wonder if there's something underneath here. While the files do not cover the entirety of the meeting, they're a complete capture of what has been extracted from Mr. Brien's phone. Are we sure about that? Is he going to inadvertently just record a piece of it? Or do you think he recorded the whole thing? Sworn before me, City of Ottawa, 21st day, October 2022, 5 days ago. It ain't over yet, baby. Nowhere near it. Nowhere near. Where's Mr. Blair these days? Where's he run off to? Can't even get a hotel room to have a meeting? For the next committee meeting? He recorded the entire thing. And probably he's keeping that one somewhere else. All of it. Because he knows he can get in real trouble. He's gone away sick. Spooky stuff. Money tells me Mr. Blair might be in a 30-day program. Interesting. My statement from Lucky about slain officer. She's hiding too. I'm sorry, I missed. Can you clarify a Mo statement? Let's see. Let's go back to a couple of these. A lot of stuff gonna come. Did you know that RCMP pays $1 billion a year to visit the USA and watch gun shows? The ATF. There's no weapons involved in this story. freezies, maybe? Did it have biometrics? Interesting. What else? Oh, yes, moving phones. Moving phones, moving bodies. Can't answer. I can't see why anybody would do that, though. Down on Cobequid. Cobequid? Messy. Let's have a look at what they published yesterday. How convenient. It wouldn't happen to fall right within the time that the trucker convoy is going. Like diverting eyes. There's not a strategy in there at all either. Halifax. Mountie who recorded Lucky meeting first told investigators tape lost on stolen phone. Okay, behind the times, CTV, or where are you getting your money, right? CTV, funnily enough, seems to be the cleanest of the lot here, but they're getting money. They've been planting stories for this the whole time, too. Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. Really? Who's been selling the same shit? Why are the articles always popping out at the same time? Oh, the RCMP release. Oh, okay. This part. What about the investigation? Why shouldn't it read Mountie who recorded Lucky meeting being investigated ×2? Or you just want to tell people it's lost, stolen phone. Lost, stolen phone, deleted recording. I put that in that Twitter line. It's just bad. Bad. They're all over the map on it. Halifax, an affidavit by RCMP security investigator details how force obtained recordings of a tense meeting at the center of allegations of political interference, Mountie's investigation in Nova Scotia mass shooting. Allegations. Well, I mean, it hasn't been formalized, as in you don't have it a conclusive finding by, say, the committee, right? Or a court case. No. So they are allegations per se. The proof is irrefutable. There's nothing you can backtrack on it, even though Global and CBC wants to come out and say, well, you know, it doesn't prove anything. What fuck are you talking about, man? And it wasn't just the recording. You had Bergerman up there who said it. Quote, unquote. Played it the other day. Her direct quote in front of the committee. It was said during the meeting. Said during the meeting. The minister. Not who, though I think you can draw who. The affidavit sworn, and then we're gonna start to get into PCO, Privy Council Office shit here. Zeta Astravas and trash. This is gonna, if we really start to dig into it, it's gonna go back because they like to hide. They hide their garbage through the Privy Council Office. The affidavit sworn Friday, Superintendent Jeffrey Bollock, I don't want to mispronounce your name, the RCMP's Deputy Chief Security Officer. Why don't we get the chief? Let's start to get them all. National headquarters in Ottawa was released Tuesday by public inquiry April 18, 19, 2020, the shootings claimed 22 lives. Because the things go up the food chain. Certain people aren't supposed to know certain things. Does Jeffrey not know other things that maybe, who is it? I can't remember. Brown? Is it Brown? I can't remember. 24 minutes of an over hour-long conversation were recorded. During a call, RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucky and senior staff, RCMP Halifax. Missing, maybe they're protecting Leah's personal information. She's crying. Oh, the words that must have been used in that meeting. Holy shit. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? It's not a disappointment thing. Oh, she communicated that she was disappointed. Then it went further. Bullock said that in June, senior management learned that the RCMP's Director of Media Relations, Dan Brien, had recorded at least part of the call. At least. Note the words. Least. At least. Or the rest of it. I am informed that on June 24th, Chief Superintendent Michael O'Malley, H strong 2, IMT John Robin Janice Gray, now picked up by Chief Superintendent Michael O'Malley. Issues management team. I noticed how they didn't put that in there. Issues management. Issues management. That's what we dumb it down to. I'm informed the recording was done on a personal device. Had to keep it somewhere else, and I'm sure there's a recording sitting somewhere else. Dead man switch. I like them too. I keep a couple around. It was no longer available as it was on an old phone that had been stolen, said Bullock. Dolan notes. Well, they're missing. You know how many people, sorry to break off, but do you know how many people's notes are missing in this story? They take a class. Note taking is a class they take amongst the host of other ones that they take. You think that they know how to take notes. I know what proper notes look like. It was explained to me. He said Mr. Brien's direct manager, Jolene Bradley, also discussed the recording with him and National Communication Service Manager. Oh, I'd like to hear that. She was told by Mr. Brien that the recording was done in error. Was not his common practice to record meetings. He stated that the call had been recorded on a personal device that he had no longer had use of. Well, that's probably true. He probably put it somewhere safe with somebody else. Like maybe the rest of the call is. Bullock said he was informed that Mr. Brien went on sick leave July 7th and was not able to return to work. What was the date? 1 second. Because they were aware of it. I want to know the story behind the tape, how it came to light. We have good people working. Maybe it is one of those things you maybe shouldn't dig into. Hold on 1 moment, please. Because good people, there are white hat people working in this system. Cromwell was looking for Justice Cromwell was looking for the recording. But somebody in the background, I don't know as it was Mr. Brien. But maybe. Let's see here. I believe it was August, wasn't it? September 22nd, September 13th. A timeline on this. I'm really bad with data entry and this kind of thing. But a timeline, if you build the timeline and you put down all the individual items in here, it will tell a story. It will tell a story. And you match that up with, align it with mass casualty and who's appearing and interviews that are being done and letters that are going out from MCC that we're aware of. It will tell a story. August 22nd. July. Wow. They just sat on the shit. They knew all about it. Beginning of July. June. Aha. There we go. I believe that's the first date mentioned. He probably got it called on the carpet right there. Something happened before June 24th. For my own curious mind, I want to know the story behind the tape. Bergerman Leather, Lucky, no scribe. There was one. I hinted at the name in my Twitter line. There's a first name sitting in my Twitter line. There is somebody who wrote the notes on that one. Just like the scribe of April 1819, missing. The first scribe. I can't quite recall their name off the top of my mind. Missing. So he gets June 24th, and then he goes out sick. July 7th. What was happening in the mass casualty? I've gone way into the trucker stuff now. Let me see. I want to make sure I got that out here. For one moment, please.
In our own sides, and as well,
Joe. We got Grampy's garage is sitting over there watching. Good stuff, Grampy. Okay, when this is done, please, who do we have today? Some bollocks. Fucking media sitting on TV. Why aren't people coming forward? Fuck you, man. You guys were pumping shit. All of your fucking... Anyway, never mind. Just makes me so angry to hear them now. Oh, yay, we care. You never cared. You were fucking pushing their narrative. That's what they do. Okay, so let's have a look at... One moment. The order of... This is just very peripheral. I don't know as it will tell any tales. Grampies. Oh, you're here, Grampies. You're in 2 channels, Grampies. He's a surfer. Some people I watch here are in 2 channels. Now, not saying anything. How are you doing, Grampies? 660 million. I would say that's just the start of Operation Mockingbird. So, got a lot of goop. It's going to be probably in the interviews, I bet you. The interviews always tell a tale. So let's see. They become aware of the tape June 24th, July 7th. When did they have the capture? Please make sure that you go and watch O'Dear's stuff on Kind Coverage. June 24th, O'Malley was told by Brien the recording was done on a personal device. Was told by Mr. Brien. Interesting. Okay, so O'Malley became aware of the meeting directly from Mr. Brien. These are important questions to ask these people down the line. When did you become aware and who from? Yeah. Have to be careful digging because I don't want to get rid of the good people. Out. Okay, so June 24th. June 24th. Mockingbird is a myth. Right. Smith-Mundt Act. September 7th said RCMP retrieved 2 laptops and mobile devices. Okay, so it wasn't on this shit. Then they started digging around September 13th. More. As of today, the recording has not been located on the searches. Okay, well, yeah, don't want to stick it on anything they have access to. Dangerous. Is that a security investigator? Unless you want to tip them off, which actually, funnily enough, may be an advantageous thing to do at times. I have something, but fuck you. It's also somewhere else. Who confirmed the actual, still in possession of the record, September 20th. They were doing their participant submissions by then. And we have probably the man is Brennan. Brennan's appearance. September 9th. When did they locate it? Locate the image? October 12th. So they, of course, waited until everything was done. But see here, you can see that everything is done. They waited. They don't have the authority, so that's what they're going to fall back on. We don't have the authority. September 29th. They wanted the what is it? Timely manner. That's what the mass casualty likes. We're on a limited timeline. All of it's very planned. And he went out of town, he said. Right? Brien did. September 20th. The investigation is done. The interview. Why did you wait till September 13th to start looking? What date was that again? The 9th. Interviews. How did the lawyer at Patterson find out about the recording? Yes. It's all Russia's fault. Those goddamn Twitter troll machines. Yeah, you see, it's the story behind the tape. Somebody disclosed the tape. It wasn't supposed to happen. It's just like, was it April 28th, 2021? The video. Very bad day for the RCMP. This one, very, very bad. How did the lawyer find out about the recording? This is the kind of stuff I like. This is why the channel's named that. I like to figure things out. Because then you can find some truths to players. Okay, so let's look at when interviews are done. Certain interviews. The dash cams. What about those? What was it? WatchGuard? I can't remember the exact model. So let's try. Let's try it with Chris first. July 6th. See, the day you can, it is very important, and they do it. Like, it's very important, the dates. The same date that Campbell got moved is the same date that they did the interview. And if you find out information about from interviews that you conduct afterward, but you've already had the the important witness appear before that you could have asked the questions for. Then you can have the plausible deniability. Well, we just didn't know at the time. That's the kind of games that they're playing. All right, so July 6th. What do you want to bet? What do you want to... I'll put $1 down on that one, maybe. Maybe it'll be a psychic moment. That there were some further interviews that have been conducted since the image. Brennan was never interviewed, was he? That we're aware of? Oh, yeah, sorry. My apologies. Oh, 2 interviews. I may have read 1. I don't think I was aware of 2. 638-689. So we're pretty late in the game. August 10th is the first interview with Brennan. Right. Because they love doing this shit. August 10th. Okay. So either this is a totally separate interview, 12:04 is the other one a morning one, or they've removed some redactions. Okay. Or they do that too, where they do dual file just to confuse. I'm going to say that there has been some subsequent interviews. So the people in the meeting early, at least earlier disclosed, February 2. July 12th. There's going to be some more coming, if they're honest. Okay, so June 28th, and then July 12th. You also have the emergence of the information in respect to Zeta, I believe, in the magical wellness goop. Think the double file might be placeholders, make it less noticeable. Well, they certainly are. I haven't. What was one file? So the other day, I don't think I went into this. The other day, last week, I don't remember the date, they ripped down a bunch of files, right? I may have, Why are you beeping? What's going on there? Fucking technology, man. I think God gave me the... What's this? Go away. Okay, this one. How do I move this? No. I'm so inept with tech. I don't even know how do you full size a page on Word? How do you get it to fill up the screen? View? What do you do here? 2 weeks ago, yes. So they did this, which was quite noticeable, and oh dear, caught it. And so then I compared the files that they later in the day put back up. So they ripped down, what was it, 111 files? Is that right? 111 files. Then they put up 6, or was it 5, 6 new files? Five files, I believe, 5 in there. And then they later in the day put in a bunch more. I can't remember the exact number off the top of my head, but they kept down some. And there was clearly, like looking at the list initially, I was like, well, what are the commonalities between some of these things? And Odeer rightly picked that up too. One of them for sure was family stuff. Now, interestingly enough, they put all of the files back up. And again, I didn't compare them. The box in the upper right, click on box. The box on the upper right. Okay. Whatever. I don't think I'll get it. Well, that just does like the restore nonsense, right? Anyways, it doesn't like another. I'll learn that at some other point. So, okay. A lot of things that got pulled down. One of the common factors right away was noticeable was family stuff. Next of kin stuff, right? And so there's lots of things to do with just family things. The one thing that they kept down was this one here, COM 0, 0. Jesus, my eyes. I don't know. Maybe you guys can see that. I can't. Okay, so, I want to copy that. All right. I'm kind of going off on a sidetrack. I'm mulling through dates and things right now. All right, so this was the one file to me that I could notice that they did not return. And within it, there was, to me, one interesting piece of data, one very interesting piece of data. One moment. Control V, right? All right. Seamus and Tech. I think God actually did this totally on purpose. It just the whole thing, because it's going to come crashing down. The tech one day, people will realize it just absolutely fucked us. All right. Now, this was the one message that was not returned. And this is the passage that interests me. Brien Donovan. Okay, he lives here in Alberta. Cold Lake, I believe, or something like that. And he was a friend of Aaron's. Aaron Tuck lives at Portapique. So this is on people contacting and asking for stuff, when things are going down or, whatever, so shortly thereafter. Has not been heard from. Aaron is a member of the caller's military Facebook group. I haven't quite understood that one yet, but perhaps because of Bruce, I don't know. Caller and family cannot get a hold of Aaron, but saw Aaron come online. Okay, that's pretty imperative right there. I don't understand tech. Maybe you guys can explain it to me. Oh, go away. Oh. Saw him come online at what? 3:54. 15:54. I don't know if that's Alberta time, in which case that would make it 12:54, or if it was 15:54 Nova Scotia time. But how the fuck is he coming online? Oh yeah, well, I played that clip before. We can go and play it if you want. He's never responded to me. Very interesting. Though I think in many ways we come from the same place, and I am aware of him, have been for quite a long time, a couple of years at least, anyway. Okay, now, how does he come online? If he supposedly died, they don't have any fucking clue when all of Cobequid happened. That's their narrative. Though they're leaning towards now that it was in the latter part, I believe. No? Beginning part? Can't remember. Sorry. Maybe one of you can help me here. Before the supposed Blueberry Field exit, to which they've never disclosed the surveillance tapes from Peter and Deb Kelly Thibault, whose house was formerly RCMP Mr. Hill, whoever the fuck that is. They never asked about that. I find that very intriguing, which would show the exit, of course. And we know Mallory Colpitts was aware of the tapes and said so. HRP Mallory Pitts down on the beach, who happened to get evacuated that morning with the assistance of ERT, which means ERT drove by. Sorry, and I know I'm bouncing between different things, but I do. It's the way my mind works. What am I looking for here? There we go. This is pretty sick shit when you think about it. And pisses me right off. Okay. One moment. Okay, so here we have Portapique, right? Just on the Mallory Colpitts thing, and then I'll move off that. ERT, who knows? You can tell from the logs, certain people Ert is going down here in the morning. Can't remember, about 7 o'clock roughly. I think she's having a phone call with Bjorn, and that's all very interesting. Anyway, moving along. Okay, down Orchard Beach. Okay, so where does Aaron live? Right here, right? Where do the Bonds live? Right here. Okay, Ert's coming down. Oh, they go over here. And then they go down here to go and get Mallory. Okay? Then they come back up and then go back up here. Did they drive by something here? You know what was sitting on the board at 250? In the morning?
Fentanyl lived there. That was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's blasting stuff. 50. Okay. 250, right? Where is that? I wonder if I can find it. Where? Yes, here.
250.
I think, I believe.
Okay, so let's just actually, I think it's somewhere it's right around.
When I think I mentioned.
Answer our response. I don't know if it would have made a difference because I can't speculate to that, but I know it would have been nice to have it.
This is West and Surratt.
It could have located Mr.
This is West and Surratt. Right? Going back.
Ellison hiding in the woods, right?
Potentially.
It could have located Miss Banfield within Portapique.
Potentially.
I'm not quite queued up.
It
So.
could have been used to locate the perpetrator at Glenholm very quickly.
Potentially.
Yes. It's all fucking, it's the same thing as having multiple people in an interview. The MCC.
You indicated that the evacuation efforts.
Here we go.
You said when things cooled down a bit. Is that when
I think I mentioned that once we had the opportunity to start working on an evacuation plan, once we saw that how it was going to be a protracted event, we started to work on our evacuation plan.
And that was at roughly 250.
I think, I believe we had conversations throughout the night about evacuation and all that, but once it was later in the morning when we started to have our discussions as to how we were going to
look at him.
Plan.
Yeah, I remember being part of those discussions, so it was after 5:40.
After 5:40. Now they had the fucking goddamn fucking poster on the wall for Cobequid. 250 in the morning. Nothing is going on when?
50.
I think, I believe we had conversations throughout the night about evacuation and all that, but once it was later in the morning when we started to have our discussions as to how we were going to facilitate an evacuation plan.
Yeah, I remember being part of those discussions, so it was after 5:40.
Sorry, what time? 5:40. Nothing is happening. You want to say, explosions and bullshit and going on. Definitely not happening at 5:40, right? You've already sent fucking people home. You're going to start sending people home for sure. You have that on your wall. You know about it. And yet, at around 7 o'clock, You're going to fucking go driving right by it. There's nothing happening. There's no explosions. There's no bullshit to fall back on. Nothing. And you knew about this area. And you left it alone. To go and get Mallory Colpitts. Not that I'm faulting them for getting Mallory Colpitts. I'm faulting them for, why did you do this? Why did Rodier interrupt on the radio and say, wait for MCU before you go and check on any more houses? Don't check. Which is magically disappeared. That is abominable. Abominable.
But once it was later in the morning when we started to have our discussions as to how we were going to facilitate an evacuation plan.
Yeah, I remember being part of those discussions, so it was after 5:40.
Cobequid? Anybody? You had it on your fucking wall. You chose to ignore it. This is not a mistake. This was anything but a mistake. Dustine Rodier, who wasn't on the radio all fucking day, from what I understand. According to Jared's interview, Jared McDonald, I believe, it was Jared McDonald's interview, gets on the radio after bodies have been discovered and says, stop going into homes. Well, I should check on homes because I'm worried that there might be some more dead people. Don't wait until MCU is there. But MCU deals with dead people. No, wait. And then it's an hour and a half before Wayne Skippy Bent shows up. What the fuck? Sorry, it makes me very upset. So what does this mean? If they're supposedly not getting discovered for another 52 minutes. Actually, I'm not sure. Is it 52 minutes until 41 is discovered? I can't. 52 minutes anyways, Cobequid opens up. So how the fuck does his phone come online? On Facebook? And this is the one file that you pulled down. You rip down rafts of family files. But this one, and put them back up, but this one you don't put back up. And frankly, you know, obviously, while any of this is important information, Harry stuff, they're all important. That was the one that really stood out to me. This is COM, for those of you who have it, 0021192, I believe. Off topic, something I noticed. Janice's interview says it was taken on the 20th, not the 19th like the rest of the family, also cuts off mid-sentence. Oh, so the autopsy that was done on Aaron. Oops, we got the day wrong. The day of deceased, I believe. What? Janice Banfield's, sorry, I don't want to drown out her point. Janice Banfield's interview. This one is like, that's really scary. Was he alive? Was he alive at this point? Because if we follow the fucking goddamn RCMP narrative, it certainly appears like he was. Which is horrific to think about if they're saying that he was shot 17 hours earlier. Is that correct? My math, right? Approximately. So let's even just say it's Alberta time that's listed there. Fair enough. Actually, it would be, then it is one. Okay, so then it's 14 hours earlier. He's shot and killed. Yet magically his phone can come online on Facebook. So what's happening now? Somebody want to explain how the Facebook thing operates when you come online? Isn't it something that pops up on somebody's screen and says, so-and-so is online? Is that how it works? It can't just randomly do it on its own, does it? Don't you get an alert or something? Shows you as green. Well, okay. But that's if somebody's watching for it. Obviously, he's very specific about the time. 15:54, 3:54, whether that's Alberta time or like, did anybody ask? No, that's not the question. The question is, was he alive? Was somebody alive? And it's scary as hell if you think about it. Because if he was sitting around alive for 14 hours, which I can tell you is not unheard of in the world of the RCMP. There is a case that I will dig around and find it, where somebody was sitting around for over a day. Even though there was a wellness check and all kinds of other shit. In some updates, hello, Ricky. Rick. Rick. Online, you get a green dot. You don't get a pop-up unless somebody actually messages me. Okay. So how would he know specifically the time? Like, did he just jot it down? Did anybody do an interview with Brien Donovan to find how this came to pass? We, the family over here, assumed it was the cops, but that doesn't show up now. That doesn't add up. No, it doesn't add up at all. Because if this is Nova Scotia time, they're not getting found for 52 minutes. If it's Alberta time, then that means they're not getting, Aaron's not getting found for 3 hours and 52 minutes. So how is his phone coming online if he's been dead? I don't think there is a way to logic this one out. I've tried. I know I've spoken to a few people on this one. See. There's been things deleting off his Facebook, things missing. I mean, holy Christ. Tara was kicked off of one of his Facebooks. How does that work? I don't think she's watching right now. And it was like a year and some later, and she went and no, she's like, I'm not friends with him anymore. I'm like, what? But I certainly noticed things were missing off his Facebook. Things would go missing. And I'm sure Rick and others, I don't know. Well, I can't say I'm sure. He can say to that. Did Donovan last see him active when he messaged Aaron so he had the exact time that way? Okay, here's another question. I don't know. How does Facebook work? Does it log you if the phone is inactive or whatever and you happen to be online? Obviously, it can't be because, but I will, complete my question. My question is, can, when the Facebook is active, marked, quote, active, but the phone is inactive, say for a period of how many hours? 17 or 14 hours. Does it default to say then that you're inactive? I believe it does, doesn't it? But I think through the phrasing, it's more of a personal question out of curiosity. I believe that the way that this is phrased is that because he's sending messages, cannot get a hold of him, but saw that he came online 15:54. So something happened. As in he wasn't there, and then he was there, but, what's that? But did not respond. Did anybody do an interview with Brien Donovan? That would be through his messenger. Okay, so yes, I need lots of help on this shit because I am totally inept. Okay, let's see here. Sorry. All right, that's right. Someone unfriended me on Aaron's Facebook. Many photos had been there before, had been removed. Yes, I remember, trying to find a couple of those. Remember? Just they weren't there anymore. I think I even had some whatever saved on the, however you do that, on the Save Roonies or something on the Facebergs, and they weren't there anymore either. I'm like, what the fuck, man? I've had 3 Facebergs and 2 accounts stolen. Every once in a while, they message me and or comment on posts. Well, I really don't think somebody stole his account in that limited period of time. the probability, it's just mathematical probabilities, extremely rare. Like on that summer, my entire chat with Emily was emptied. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So now we're getting into things where things were deleted. And this stuff starts to get really horrendous. Horrendous. Families lost entire collections of memories, conversations, photographs, just suddenly wiped out. I remember the day Tara called and she's like, I don't have any more photos from a certain chunk of time. And I was like, what? No more photos. And she was really upset. Understandably so. Who the fuck would go in and delete photos on her personal devices? Who would go into Ricky and remove Emily's stuff? I was pissed, I'll tell you, about certain things that disappeared along the way from my stuff. But to happen to family members, and there's more than just the two I'm aware of. That is it's just absolutely unforgivable. Unforgivable. Graham's text with M disappeared off her phone too. But everyone else is unaffected by okay, this is getting into techie stuff again. My stuff goes offline. That's my understanding, right? It defaults to say, listen, you're not active on your fucking phone, so boom, you're offline. So if it was offline and then suddenly, don't know, perhaps some English lessons came online, 1554. Who has asked Brien Donovan about this, and why did you remove this document? And it was the only one. How did I shut that down? One moment. Out of the, that's the wrong one. Quote, family documents that wasn't returned was this one. All the rest of the family documents reappeared. Messages about internal messages about things. Wiley's thing, I'm not even going to touch that. It goes up and down all the time, which may just be a red herring. I don't even know. But I'm not even going to go there because the family stuff all got put back up except for the one that has this. It's almost like you were trying to sneak this one out the door in a host of other ones and just be like, oh, whoop. You'd see activity if it was stolen. They didn't even take the phones in for evidence. Oh, come on, Ricky. Come on. You know they did. Well, you don't know that, but I can definitely assure you they ripped the shit out of those phones right away on Celebrate. Right away. You don't just appear on the couch all on a line. I don't think everybody leaves them in that position, do they? Were there certain types of photos? Seem to be certain photos I noticed, at least in respect to my scenario, and in can't comment as to Rick's. Tara's, I know, was a chunk of time. Sorry, I'm way behind in messages. So RCMP to play with Aaron's Facebook, they'd have to get a warrant. They seized it via security ABCs, blah, blah, blah. But that wouldn't backdate this. That's not, well, I suppose anything is possible. Well, no, it wouldn't, because Brien Donovan witnessed it. And this is on the 19th in the evening. Like 2 hours later. So I don't think he's mistaken. It's a pretty fresh memory. And I don't know Mr. Donovan. I believe I'm familiar with the one video he made of the Mustang dedication. Which somewhere I may have, but I can't find anymore on wherever it was, Facebergs or whatever. Which was very nice. To burnout thing, I guess, for car people. Very thoughtful. You'd have to be pretty up for Facebook. Facebook is, I'm not even going to touch that. Life log. Oops, got lost my ass. We submitted ourselves. Yep. Every time people just click, accept, click roll agreements. I'm a nut. I read those things, and they're fucking scary, man. But again, I'm not going to touch that today. Everything was deleted off on my phone, deleted from April 16th to April 28th. I lost entire logs with certain individuals, like entire logs. And when one went missing, I don't know if I did get a screen capture of that. I try and record when things go wrong. And so that people can't say, oh, you're talking out your ass. I'm like, no, here's the proof. I think it was in mid process, let's say, of being eliminated, this person's conversation, the entire thing turned into gobbledygook, like non-decipherable crap, letters and numbers, just pages of it. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And then next thing, when I went back, I was like, well, maybe there's something wrong. Went away, went out of the program or whatever, shut it down. I couldn't get into it originally, the conversation. It's like it wasn't there. And I had to search around on my phone. Finally, I did get back into it. I had the bunch of gobbledygook. Next thing I knew, shut down the program. Because I'm like, well, it's not working. Or something funny is going on. And when I went right back in, oh, guess what? You've never had messages with this person. I'm like, no, there's a lot of messages there. Poof. I'm like, yeah, of course, because that happens. Did we do the same? Sorry. So terrible. This is terrible. The deceit. It's evil. Like evil beyond evil. Ugly evil. These people are horrendous individuals. To protect your job or whatever. What the fuck is wrong with you, man? You don't even deserve to be in this world if you act like that. Though that's not my decision, of course. I never promote violence, but God is going to have a hell of a field day when this is done. Is Ellison's phone records next to be deleted? It shows it was used after he was dead too. Well, so does Macaulay's. I think we've been through them quite some time back, right? Hello, Brenda. Agreed on that. Emily's have to be rooted. I meant it was taken. I meant it wasn't taken. Wasn't taken in by the book because they were left there. Did we do the same with SMS though? Okay, here's it. Yeah, Facebook, LifeLog. Yeah. Yep. What time did? That's why I don't play. I don't play around on the Facebooks. What time did? But this is the thing, right? People are going to see the fucking technology is horrendous. Whatever happened to just talking to people with a plain old phone? Well, I didn't like it. I remember when I was a kid and the rotary switched to the tone. I was like, can we get the tone phone to my mom? And she's like, no, we don't need that. And I was like, that's not cool. Who cares? You can sit there and dial it out. What time was Buddy sitting out in front of Aaron's home? They didn't go in. That happened at 10 o'clock around roughly. So that would be still time conversion 3 hours. 3 to 6 hours. So it's not that. Though that's a good thought. I'm thinking it's not what happened. Likely not just Bud snooping either. I don't quite understand. Okay, so I can't recall if he was on there or not. I don't recall. Who unfriends a dead guy? Well, you know this from the opposite side, Tara. It may not just be that Brian Donovan unfriended Aaron. Perhaps Aaron's account unfriended Donovan, right? Right? It happened to you on one of his accounts. So, and that wasn't your doing. They were back then. Okay. Interesting. So somewhere along the process, some friends have, and I know of one other person for sure that disappeared off his account. And Tara does too. And we talked about that. And it was weird. I'm like, why would you do that? But maybe it wasn't them unfriending Aaron. Maybe it was somebody else on the behest of Aaron unfriending certain people. And maybe that's wears a uniform. Or perhaps they're just civilian employees who find hard drives in garages. Someone who wants no association with a dead guy. I don't think I can't explain other people's motives. They can only explain it. But let's ask. Get him in and ask him what he means by this. Like a thorough explanation. How he knew the time. Did it come up? He'd seen it was offline, then it suddenly came online. What time zone is this time in? Is that Alberta or is that Nova Scotia? Obviously, there's something very wrong And it disturbs me deeply to think that potentially Aaron was alive all this time. Maybe he was trying to make a phone call. If you touch your phone, okay, more technical Facebook's stuff. All right, so it marks you offline. Now, if you touch your phone for something else, like you're making a phone call, say, does it mark you back online then? Not necessarily to do with Facebook, just using the phone in some general way. Military Facebook group. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it was Donovan. Okay. This is why text blows. Someone who wants the guy in the video doing the burnout was him. Yeah. It was a neat video. I don't know. I'm not a car guy, but really I like trucks. Ford or other cars. Not really domestic. Maybe Donovan has blocked. I wouldn't be able to see if he was friends with Aaron. I don't see why he would block you. Again, this can be manipulated elsewhere, right? You would have to reopen the app to set you online. As soon as you, okay, so it says invasion. As soon as you bring the phone out of sleep mode, all active apps go online. Okay, so there seems to be a little bit of differing opinion here between Invasion and Todd. Anybody else want to weigh in? But you see, then these are the questions that they should be asking Facebook. But I suspect that they would be like the questions that they ask Fitbit, which we'll send a few emails and then just say, oh, yeah, sorry about that. We didn't get a hold of you. Any product from Google is like, I'm never going to buy anything. I do have a list of all of their subsidiary companies somewhere. I did actually compile it at one point. Because they're into all kinds of different things. They never do business with anything that they have relation to. What is it? Do no evil. Right. I don't know, but thinking you would have to have the app open. Okay. You could be calling on the phone. You could be on the phone calling or dialing, and any app active would be reactivated as long as there was Wi-Fi or a data signal. Facebook would have to be running. Well, I presume that he probably had it running all the time. Wasn't that was kind of one of his primary main means of communication? So I suspect it was active. Well, you can answer that. Derek can answer that. How often was Aaron online with the Facebooks? Did he like to use the Facebooks to communicate? So hence, would the app be active in the background? And if this is so, is that why the phone comes online? Because something just comes out of sleep? They aren't going to ask Facebook. No, Facebook will never go. When senior Ellison investigators tell about Gabriel Warner. Oh, yes, they like to change the topic. Dion Sutton, I drive by a car on the way out when I was traveling to Portapic, which totally destroys their narrative. Do you want to talk about that dog vest now? Let's talk about, does your dog wear a vest? Right there. Boom. You know, there's funky stuff going on. I don't really. Yes, the tech stuff is a disaster. I don't care if you can get a hold of Granny in Scotland for free. Nothing in life is free, I assure you. Not those fucking, and everything now is just moving that way. Wow. I was talking to somebody the other day, because I'm going to close a certain bank account as a result of something. Because they've decided to make it so that I have to use a cell phone. You can go fuck yourself. Fuck you. Facebook always running. If you delete the app off the phone, it still runs. Absolutely. Yeah, and that's built in on everybody's phone. So anytime, as soon as you put your goop in there, they know exactly everything, always. You can never get rid of it. No transhumanism going on here. I'll just have the fire. Now, I digressed from way back from my original point, but this one is fucking scary, man. Was he alive? And then he's dead? An hour later? Ooh. Somebody's got some explaining to do. A lot. We already know funny business was going on, at least in terms of not doing the wellness check, but noting it. But that's the good guy. That's the hero. Back to the original thing about the investigation into Dan Brien. Dual investigations, administrative and RCMP. So I expect, he's a civilian employee, so I don't know quite how that works. So I don't think they fall under conduct stuff. He told the investigators that he deleted the app or recorded the call sometime between, and due to space limitations. Of course, it doesn't matter because you can never delete anything. Brien said the recording had not been made on a phone that was stolen from him, but affidavit says, quote, he may have thought so, end quote, in June, because he did not remember when the theft occurred. Well, I'll tell you, there's another way you can just figure that out. You can pull his phone records. I suspect if it was an active phone, he would have probably canceled the service. If it was an inactive phone, it's still tracking. Brien subsequently agreed to have the phone forensically examined and give his permission October 12th. The next day, Bolak said he was advised 3 audio files. He was advised. Interesting. He doesn't know. Okay. The Commission of Inquiry was advised October 14th and given the recordings October 17th, and then they were issued when? Little delay on that one. Bullock, but they knew about it. They knew about it because there is records from the Mass Casualty Commission asking about it, and certainly it was brought up. Maybe we should go and find that recording. That was one moment.
Focusing on.
Okay, so Deputy Commissioner Brennan.
We're coordinated to make sure we're, maintaining evidence, maintaining notes, etc. So
Okay, so here we go. Issues management team. Wow. I just wish people could take my brain. Then you'd see that side of things. Fucking evil. Okay, let's see here. That's not it. Sorry, I'm just looking. Here we go. All right. Still going back because it's quite a conversation. I should cut it out. All right, let's start here.
Scanlon had sent to Commissioner Lucky,
yes,
and you reviewed that letter.
I read it. Yes.
And would you say that that what Ms. Scanlon writes in her letter, which she sets out in her letter, her depiction of that?
One moment. I'll change it so that the audio is better.
That meeting, is that a fair representation of the meeting, or did you read that and think to yourself, well, this doesn't accord with the meeting that I was at?
I actually, when I read it, I was disheartened that that was a meeting that I participated.
Sorry to interject for one moment. Remember, Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner, Deputy Assistant, Deputy. I get this muddled. Anyway, CNIP. There is people in the room with him advising him. We only see, of course, him sitting there, but you can hear them because they cough. And you know it's not coming from mass casualty because it's people are on the Zooms and different Zooms, and the cough is still happening. So, anyway, a lot of lawyers and shit sitting in there, and higher up bigwigs. The shit is hitting the fan.
In and did not grasp the effect that meeting had on Leah in that regard. I mean, I could not recall that meeting leading to things that Leah had expressed in that letter. And it shocked me that the conversation and a year later that had affected her so deeply. So in hindsight, I actually questioned myself to say what was said. Like, can I recall anything that allows me to say, oh my God, yeah, I could see why Leah's feeling that way. And I couldn't recall it again. It's Leah's interpretation of the message that she received and how it affected her personally and obviously professionally over a long period of time.
To the extent that Ms. Scanlon says that Commissioner Lucky said something to her to the effect of, you let those boys down. That's not an interpretation, is it? That's a statement of fact.
Absolutely, and I did not recall. I don't recall. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I just don't recall that particular statement.
Do you not think that if it was said, you would probably have noted that, because it would be a wildly inappropriate thing for the commissioner of the RCMP to say to the Nova Scotia Director of Strategic Communications?
Okay, so he's baiting him. He just was the baiting lead-in.
Would that not be memorable?
It should have been if it was said. I just don't recall it.
Okay. Now, obviously, what would really clear this issue up would be if there was some sort of like an audio recording of that meeting. That would be of great assistance, would it not?
It would leave absolutely no doubt what was said and how it was said. Yes.
Right. And who's Dan Brien?
Dan Brien is a member of the National Headquarters Communications team.
And was he participating in that phone call on April 28th, 2020?
Yes.
And what, if anything, do you know about the possibility that Mr. Brien recorded that meeting?
I am aware that Mr. Brien had recorded. I don't know if it was all of the meeting, but partial parts of the meeting, and I did not find that out till sometime spring of this year. I didn't know that had existed, or that he undertook to record that call.
Right. And you say spring of this year, so you're talking about like April and May, or around the time that we were discussing the revelation of Superintendent Campbell's notes. Was it around that time that you were alerted to the fact that Dan Brien may have recorded that meeting?
Yeah, I believe it was post that, so probably the April, May is my recollection.
Right. And
Ooh, okay. So it was April or May. Ooh, it looks like it's leather again. Very interesting. Okay, and the affidavit says June. And they knew about it in the spring. And it sounds like leather may have dumped the secret on that one. Maybe. Post the leather's interview. Let me back that up.
to record that call.
And you say spring of this year, so you're talking about like April and May, or
Ye-
or around the time that we were discussing the revelation of Superintendent Campbell's notes. Was it around that time that you were alerted to the fact that Dan Brien may have recorded that meeting?
Yeah, I believe it was post that, so probably the April, May is my recollection.
Right. And to the extent that you were
Okay, so is there an outstanding interview with Leather? Sorry, just checking dates here. So the the mass casualty interview is July 6th. July. Huh. Let me rewind that again, because it sounds like they're aware, all talking about something we don't have, i.e. an interview that was done earlier.
the revelation of Superintendent Campbell's notes. Was it around that time that you were alerted to the fact that Dan Brien may have recorded that meeting?
Yeah, I believe it was post that, so probably the April, May is my recollection.
Oops. Okay. Missing interview. The interview that they have posted is my apologies. One moment here. Where is that? So he said post the interview April, May. So the interview took place previous to April, May, right? Just using their words. The one interview with Chris Leather is July 6th. That's certainly not previous to April or May. How long has the Mass Casualty Commission known about the interview? Because if it's prior to that, and you waited until Canadians' eyes were diverted to emergency hearings, or you told everybody, listen, we're just writing our report and we're all done here, that would be very bad. Now, I've read requests from, I believe, Cromwell in respect to the tapes. So I was aware the tapes were floating around, because those are on the site. Cromwell is quite a beast. I think we're all going to see more and more how much he's been pushing for shit. And what he's truly been going after, I don't even know if we'll ever learn. Fucking DOJ.
Right. And to the extent that you were alerted to the fact that there's a recording of that meeting, I note that at no point in your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission did you make any mention of that.
No.
And did you not think that it would be no point in your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission did you make any mention of that? And you were alerted to the fact that there's a recording of that meeting. I note that to the extent that you were alerted to the fact that there's a recording of that meeting, I note that at no
in the background. Things heating up in that room. They're getting fucking, yes. Oh, like I've been saying, just wait. Just wait. It's just warming up.
Extent that you were alerted to the fact that there's a recording of that meeting. I note that at no point in your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission did you make any mention of that.
No.
And did you not think that it would be, given the fact that you've now testified, before the, the standing committee in Ottawa, and we've obviously.
No, I decided, no, I didn't need to mention that. No. Where's the water? I'll reach for it. Oh, no. Look at him. He's shitting his pants.
Not think that it would be, given the fact that you've now testified, before the, the standing committee in Ottawa, and we've obviously dedicated an extraordinary amount of time to this issue here. Did you not think that it would be of assistance to mention that, by the way, we think there may be a recording of that meeting that would really clear up this glaring discrepancy between the accounts?
I don't disagree. It never came up in terms of
Boom. Right there. Invasion. Spot on. Reactive. Remember Cromwell's letter. I'm very concerned. How many witnesses are employing the tactic like Leather was instructed to in respect to the wellness bullshit? Reactive. Unless asked about it, don't talk about it. Oh, what did he just admit to? Reactive.
Discrepancy, a recording of that. Assistance to mention that, by the way, is an extraordinary amount of time to this issue here. Did you not think that it would be of assistance to mention that, by the way, we think there may be a recording of that meeting that would really clear up this glaring discrepancy between the accounts?
I don't disagree. It never came up in terms of the meeting, and I don't have a whole lot of information about the recording. I do know that there's an investigation.
How much you want to believe? How much you want to believe he had no idea really about the recording? He's only known about it since the spring. Possible political interference, the thing that could cave the entire government, quite literally. Implode the RCMP. Boom, gone. But he didn't know about it when he sat in front of the committee. Going to have to replay the committee now again. And Brennan. Oops. Fucking tech. Way past resigning. Way past one or two people taking the bus and the early retirement package for some other bullshit. Way past it now. You fucked the dog.
We think there may be a recording of that meeting that would really clear up this glaring discrepancy between the accounts.
I don't disagree. It never came up in terms of the meeting, and I don't have a whole lot of information about the recording. I do know that there's an investigation into the recording. You know, where is it? Can it be retrieved?
What investigation is that actually? What investigation is that actually? Oh, that's right. The administrative and the security privacy into Dan Brien. Didn't they already have the recording by that point? Or getting pretty close? Initiated the investigations already, though. That's what he's talking about.
I know that there's an internal investigation taking place, but I'm not privy to the details of it. I was basically just informed that it appears that Dan Brien recorded either all or part of that conversation, and that it's being looked into further. And I believe I also was advised early on that apparently the recording doesn't exist anymore.
Okay, so the recording doesn't exist anymore. This was the little clip I think I stuck out with my Twitter line. Or is it stolen? Or is it deleted? Or is it that you found it? Get the fucking story straight. You fucking liars.
Anymore. And do you have any information that would explain why it no longer exists?
I don't. I believe it was because it doesn't exist because Mr. Brien has deleted it from whatever phone he was using at the time. But
I see.
Okay, so when was this hearing done again? Was it September 9th? Is that correct? He's just going to plead dumb. These people aren't dumb. It's like, there's a whole bunch of mistakes down there. We were eating sandwiches and drunk. Fuck off! We just didn't know Cobequid existed. Uh-huh. Okay, so that is July 9th. Or sorry, September 9th. September 9th. Did we just catch them in a pretty big lie again? Where's that? Has anybody built the timeline yet? I know some people are very good at taking notes and stuff. Did he know that it was deleted? Would not be available till September 6th. So the interview hadn't been conducted. Even though they knew about it, I think they waited. I think they waited and they stuck Brennan in before they actually captured the image. Yeah. Do you see the dates? Is very important. Yeah. They waited. So how did they know about it back in April, prior to April, May? I think it's going to turn out that there's an interview. I have a suspicion. It may be with Leather. It appears as though Mr. Scott knows about this interview, which obviously we don't have, because the first interview from Leather appears in July, is it? July. So obviously it's some other interview Mr. Scott is referring to. Hence their knowledge of the tape. Maybe hence why Leather dropped a lot of weight. Maybe. He specifically referred to Leather, specifically, in the interview. I don't recall reading anything about a recording. Perhaps I missed it. Let me check. One moment, please. In case he might, he might be confused. Why am I doing that? Recordings. Interesting. Okay. Perhaps I did miss it. Perhaps. Okay. Rachel Young is a bit of a shark. I love great lawyers. Fucking awesome to watch. Uh-huh. What was the interview I was reading the other day about the break? I'll take a break now. Oh, yes. Cobequid. Right when they're going to start on that. DOJ needs a break. It's not. So the plausible deniability of the July interview is kind of gone. There's an interview floating around with Leather. Mr. Scott is aware of.
So this has been under investigation since the spring of 2022?
You're investigating who again? Spring of 2022.
deleted it from whatever phone he was using at the time. But
I see. So, so this has been under investigation since the spring of 2022?
I don't know when the exact investigation started. I just know that it was brought to my attention as another fact in the matter, and that the internal processes were going to be put in place to investigate, where the recording is, does it still exist, can we obtain it, all of those types of things.
Okay, so just following the timeline, June 24th is the first mention in the affidavit of the quote unquote recording. But we're now back to spring. April or May. If you're following what I'm saying, the timeline. And they knew about the recording much earlier. And it appears as though they know about it from Leather's interview, which we don't have, right?
Leather and Darren Campbell and Lee Scanlon and Lee Bergman all seem to provide one account of that meeting. And then we have the version that we heard from Commissioner Lucky a few weeks ago.
Yes.
And as somebody who was in on that meeting and has firsthand knowledge, because obviously we don't, whose version of that meeting is more accurate? The people at H Division in Halifax or Commissioner Lucky?
That's a very difficult question for me to answer, because people had their perspectives of what was said, what was received, how they interpreted it. So from my perspective, I was not privy to any conversations with government around those particular issues, nor at any time did the commissioner ever express to me any concerns she had.
Okay. So again, whose word are you going to take? Lucky's, singular, one, which has been seemingly disproven, or multiple people, a recording to which we only get the Care Bear version part, because somewhere I suspect there may be a little bit more.
Interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, did you make any mention of that?
No.
And did you not think that it would be, given the fact that you now testified, before the, the standing committee in Ottawa, and we've obviously dedicated an extraordinary amount of time to this issue here. Did you not think that it would be of assistance to mention that, by the way, we think there may be a recording of that meeting that would really clear up this glaring discrepancy between the accounts?
He's got himself in a whole heap of problems now, Brennan, because he testified before the committee and didn't disclose. You got a lot of fucking problems. A lot of fucking problems, dude. You knew about it since the spring. You and your fucking goddamn fucking reactive. This is gonna go. If people push, it's gonna get real nasty.
I don't disagree. It never came up in terms of the meeting, and I don't have a whole lot of information about the recording. I do know that there's an investigation into the recording. You know, where is it? Can it be retrieved? I know that there's an internal investigation taking place, but I'm not privy to the details of it. I was basically just informed that it appears that Dan Brien recorded either all or part of that conversation, and that it's being looked into further. And I believe I also was advised early on that apparently the recording doesn't exist anymore.
And do you have any information that would explain?
Well, how would he know on September 9th that the recording didn't exist anymore if they hadn't even captured the image? Excuse me? What was that date again? They captured the image? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What date? An image was captured. Mr. Brien and provided consent to search his personal mobile device. The same day, October 12th, a security investigator provided personal device to the digital forensics. An image of the device was taken. Strange, because it appears as though Mr. Brennan knew about it a month prior. How would he know? Wasn't that what he just said? Or did I mishear? September 9th. The image isn't taken for another month. Oops. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Recording doesn't exist anymore.
And do you have any information that would explain why it no longer exists?
I don't. I believe it was because it doesn't exist because Mr. Brien has deleted it from whatever phone he was using at the time. But
I see.
Which is knowingly false. However, he does have plausible deniability by saying, well, I just didn't know. But the business about the deleting is not true. And it's quite clear. I threw that in that Twitter line. But the interview hadn't been conducted yet. How would he know? How would he know? Because the interview hasn't been conducted yet. nor the disclosure of the device.
So, so this has been under investigation since the spring of 2022.
I don't know when the exact investigation started. I just know that it was brought to my attention as another fact in the matter, and that the internal processes were going to be put in place to investigate, where the recording is, does it still exist, can we obtain it, all of those types of things, which
Right.
is not falling under my core responsibilities in terms of the deputy commissioner level.
How much investigation is required to track down Mr. Brien and say, where is that recording? And if you deleted it, why? And if it's deleted from a device, give us that device. It doesn't strike me, and maybe I'm missing something, as a particularly complicated issue if it was recorded by a senior staff member at the RCMP.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that complicated to say these are the things that should be done to do that. I just can't speak to where they are in that process. If the recording is deleted from his phone, is there an ability, investigation wise, to technically retrieve it? Like, I don't know if it's sitting in a cloud base. I don't know. Like, I don't have any of that information. So there may be steps that are being taken around investigation, privacy, potentially, getting a search warrant.
Boom, he just said it. Privacy. Privacy. The investigation into Dan Brien. He just said it. Privacy investigation. You guys are fucking deplorable.
Around investigation, privacy, potentially, getting a search warrant to search a phone. I don't have any of that background information in terms of required steps to find out where the recording is, retrieve it, what his intentions were. I don't even know if Mr. Brien has yet been interviewed.
If we are able to retrieve a copy of.
But you knew about it since the spring. You knew about it since the spring, April or May, right? And yet you waited until October to interview him. Is that right? Sorry. I want to make sure I got my dates right. September 20th. Oh. You waited until almost the conclusion of the MCC to do the interview. You waited until after you appeared. Funny that. The affidavit in respect to it wasn't sworn until what? Oh, that's right. 5 days ago. Uh-oh. This stuff is really it's gonna get nasty. Nasty. And it's not one or two people who are gonna, be the fall on the sword people. Because they'll do it. Just like they've been doing drunk and all kinds of other things. Excuses, lots of mistakes. I love how the media does that. Constantly. Just a series of mistakes, don't you know? Really now? Really now? There were mistakes made. Yes. underlying it, there was intent. Disgusting. September 9th.
That recording, how confident are you that it will bear out the version of that conversation that you've described?
If the recording is the entirety of the conversation, so the entire thing, it would bring absolute clarity to all the questions that are being asked by not only the Mass Casualty Commission, by the SECU, etc. There would be no doubt, no room for interpretation if it's there in its entirety.
If it's there in its entirety, well, there's only a little piece. Notice how he didn't answer the question. He didn't. It was very apparent at the time that he didn't answer the question. How much would it bear out what you're saying? How confident are you?
To find out where the recording is, retrieve it, what his intentions were. I don't even know if Mr. Brien has yet been interviewed.
If we are able to retrieve a copy of that recording, how confident are you that it will bear out the version of that conversation that you've described?
If the recording is the entirety of the conversation, so the entire thing, it would bring absolute clarity to all the questions that are being asked by not only the Mass Casualty Commission, by the SECU, etc. There would be no doubt, no room for interpretation if it's there in its entirety.
Right. Those are the questions I have for you, but I appreciate your time, Deputy Commissioner.
I want to go back now and listen to his SECU testimony. Obviously, he was doing the reactive bullshit. He admitted it. It didn't come up. It didn't come up. I'm sorry to be walking on. Oh no, really? Is there only two people over there? Brampy's still there. We're all done. We're going to write our final report. I suspect we're going to see some more information surfacing here. Quite a lot. Maybe there might be another dump. I didn't get the leather interview where he said.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Scott.
You.
Thank you.
April, May is my recollection.
Right. And to the extent that you were alerted to the fact that there's a recording of that meeting, I note that at no point in your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission,
April, May,
April 28th, 2020,
yes.
and what, if anything, do you know about the possibility that Mr. Brien recorded that meeting?
I am aware that Mr. Brien had recorded. I don't know if it was all of the meeting, but partial parts of the meeting, and I did not find that out till sometime spring of this year. I didn't know that had existed, or that he undertook to record that call.
Right. And you say spring of this year, so you're talking about like April and May, or around the time that we were discussing the revelation of Superintendent Campbell's notes. Was it around that time that you were alerted to the fact that Dan Brien may have recorded that meeting?
Yeah, I believe.
Okay, so it's his notes. Now, there are particular dates on his notes that are of very much interest to me. November 27th. So somehow I believe in his notes then is the recording. I have a feeling. There's no reason why Mr. Scott would ask and make specific reference to Leather, the surfacing of Leather's notes.
Or around the time that we were discussing the revelation of Superintendent Campbell's notes. Was it around that time?
Oh, my apologies. My sincere apologies. Campbell's notes. The surfacing of Campbell's notes. And yet I don't believe, yes, sorry, my apologies. I did, sorry, there's a lot of stuff going through my mind right now. Campbell's notes. Trying to sift out here who is doing what. Those 4 pages are hard to decipher. Has anybody read those 4 pages in their entirety? Big gaps in Brennan's timeline. Okay, sorry. So Peter is undertaken, is the word they like to use, to read Brennan's stuff, right? This is based on what you're reading. We should reread Campbell's affidavit back in 2020. Seems that he submitted it himself. Campbell's affidavit? Okay, me? I was looking for Cromwell going to bat on the tapes. I can't seem to find it right now. Campbell's affidavit. I'm unaware. No, I'm not coming up with an affidavit. Found it strange that Leah pointed out in her interview that Bergerman, Campbell, and Leather had not been interviewed. If you have a COM number, I'm unaware of any. Are you speaking of Campbell's affidavit? Oh, that affidavit. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, my apologies. I was thinking something that was on the mass casualty thing. Oh God, thank you. I'm going to get yelled at now. I really appreciate that. Because there's somebody in the background who is going to say, I told you so, I told you so. I told you to go through it all. I was like, I will. Promise I'll get to it. Maybe, but again, everything has a time and a place. Though they will yell at me still. All the same. God has a way. One moment. Now we're back to who was the fellow who he swore in front of. One moment. How is that funny affidavit? Funny looking. Oops. Leah is standing. Yeah. I don't quite understand Leah yet. Power plays. Thank you. Appreciate that. Takes me a while to find on things, but maybe I still have things. I don't know. But my gosh, where could we be? Where would we be without all of your diligence? Okay, so the date that this was sworn, the third day of June 2021. The day that this dropped, all kinds of interesting things happened in the following week, which I always, a lot of stuff that happened, but let's not go there right now. And of course, then nobody said anything about it for quite a while. I, Superintendent Darren Campbell, make the oath and give evidence as follows. I am a member of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, hold the rank of Superintendent. I have been a member of the RCMP for 30 years, 6 months, and have been Support Service Officer, H Division, Nova Scotia, since September 2019 in my role responsibilities, critical incident man program. I have personal knowledge of evidence sworn in this affidavit, except stated otherwise based on information and belief. Okay, well, standard out. Okay, now, as I recall, there is no mention of a recording in here, but it must be in the notes. The information in the affidavit based on my personal knowledge. Where any information is not based on my own personal knowledge, I have learned of this information from RCMP records. Okay, blame, pass the buck. Pursuant to an agreement between public safety in the province of Nova Scotia, the RCMP provides provincial police services throughout the province. The RCMP also provides policing services to a number of Nova Scotia municipalities under the Municipal Police Services Agreement. Apart from these agreements, the RCMP also conducts federal policing in Nova Scotia. 10 municipalities fall within Nova Scotia are policed by other police services. RCMP jurisdiction in Nova Scotia is organized into 3 districts. Northeast Nova, which includes Colchester and Portapique located. Okay, so they like to bury everybody up there. Southwest Nova, Halifax, and Southwest Nova. Okay, so Halifax is gray. There are currently more than 1,000 members in Nova Scotia. Colchester County comprises approximately 3,600 kilometers, population 50,000. There are 4 RCMP detachments: Colchester County Bible Hill, 46 kilometers away from Portapique, Millbrook, 41 kilometers away, Stewiacke, 63 kilometers away, and Tatamagouche, 67 kilometers away. Other RCMP detachments include in the area include Parsborough, 55 kilometers away from Portapique, Oxford, 58 kilometers away, Spring Hill. Oxford, of course, is the number 28, right? So the officers up there wanted to get rid of 28 as a result of all this. Spring Hill, 67 kilometers away, Pugwash, 70 kilometers away, Amherst. Don't know what's going on over in Amherst, but I'll tell you there's something. Sergeant Joby and the 3 amigos right away. And potentially, which will, in my opinion, that cert referral from Leather, July 10th, is going to go too. This one is going to just make a note. July 10th, referral. One about multiple police departments, it sounds like. A civic police department, RCMP, senior officials cover up sexual shit and source money. And endangering RCMP civilians, could potentially endanger civilians and RCMP. Why? Lives. Stellarton, 93 kilometers away, and Pictou, 102 kilometers away. Portapique, a small community, rural, bordered by Portapique River and Bay of Fundy. It is comprised approximately 50 residences. 50. Okay, so there should obviously be a ton of interviews, but of course they're not. Many large rural acreages. There are full-time residences, and others are seasonal cottages. The community is Access Highway 2, which is a secondary rural highway. The community itself has no paved roads, only gravel roadways, no sidewalks or streetlights. I'm not sure about that one. If I go back to some of those videos, there are a couple of streetlights, I believe. Anyway, street names are and house numbers are. Is that true? Do you guys remember that? Streetlights? Anybody help me with that one? I believe I looked at some videos over and over, and I thought I saw a couple of streetlights in there. Street names and house numbers are generally not obviously marked. The terrain is heavily wooded. Saturday, April 18th, 2020, at approximately 10:01, the first 911 call was received. Of course, what is it? How many days later will we get the quote leaked tapes? Remember the date. It is shortly after this that the 911 tapes got quote leaked. And this affidavit never got any play. A year later, over a year. Convenient. Mm-hmm. I don't remember the exact number of days it is that the 911 calls got leaked after this affidavit, but it's within a matter of a few days. The caller reported that her husband was shot by a neighbor. The caller added that the neighbor is a denturist, of course, because that's what you're going to say, and that there was a police car and police cars in the driveway, and that a man had a big gun. Again, I'm sorry. I don't like to, but I would like to hear more to verify the voice or whatever. Like somebody say, yeah, I reckon. Why have I got this? Some kind of link. It just seems, does it not seem odd? Does the structure of that call not seem odd to you? Of course, the 911 call stressed the same point a few days later. Denturist, police car, big gun. Good to, I don't mean to be questioning anything. RCMP dispatched at 10:04. RCMP arrived at from Bible Hill Detachment 1026. Okay, I don't think that's entirely accurate. Is that right? Can somebody help me with that? Were they all from Bible Hill originally? Maybe none of them worked. Going over to Leon's for a fire? Okay, whoa. What's that? Going over to Leon's for a fire. I'm please help me. I'm missing what you're saying. RCMP member, first RCMP on the member scene encountered a survivor who reported that he had been shot by an individual he believed to be his neighbor. Further 911 calls suggested the suspect was driving a car that looked like a police car. Okay, and then we're going to, of course, get it's a white car, and that's what a police car. No, a white car is a white car. By 10:34, 4 RCMP units were on scene. A roadblock had been established at the road, Portapique Highway 2. The shooting victim had been provided first aid, and an ambulance was requested for the shooting victim. What time was the ambulance requested? Initially, in the kid's statement, said going to Leon's for a fire. That the Blairs were going to Leon's for a fire? Initially, 2 RCMP members entered Portapique on foot in search for an active shooter. Pursuant to their immediate action rapid deployment, IRD training. IRD is swift and immediate deployment for law enforcement officers or resources to an ongoing life-threatening situation and applies situations where on-duty members must respond to an active threat. These members encountered a scene involving several structure fires and heard gunshot sounds. 3rd RCMP member joined, so this 10:34 and hearing gunshots, right? Or sometime post that. Again, it's very vague. 3rd RCMP member, but now that we have some GPS and some times, you can probably narrow down a lot of details here and or find contradictory information. A 3rd RCMP member joined the first 2 members minutes later. Vague. The remaining RCMP member maintained the entry and exit point to Portapique and stayed with the shooting victim. is that going to be Colford, right? About 10:35, so a minute later from point 9. Senior member of the Northeast Nova RCMP management team, unnamed, of course, as always, was made aware of the situation in Portapique. The notification was provided by the on-duty risk manager, who is senior non-commissioned. Sorry, I don't know why this is crossed out. Senior non-commissioned officer responsible for monitoring ongoing police operations from RCMP Communication Center, which at the time was located in Truro, Nova Scotia. During the conversation, the RCMP Northeast Nova management requested that all, okay, this is a key line, requested all RCMP units be accounted for. Now, if we're talking about a white car, why the fuck are you asking for the RCMP units to be accounted for? This goes back to the Lilly stuff that has never been resolved. For some reason, right away, Lilly was singled out. And to supplement that was the phone call to his wife's boss, the principal of Burt Elementary, asking if Dave Lilly was involved. Very early. So some media thought this, had this information, and equally it hasn't been followed up with a libel lawsuit. So I'm not sure what the fuck is going on there, but it's spooky. That available resources, and it's not from a video, because no, that available resources be assigned to the response and detainment of the RCMP Air Services contacted, and arrangements be made to activate Nova Scotia RCMP Critical Incident Program. Of course, that's Campbell. Pardon me. The boys, pardon me, the boys said they were going to Leon's for a fire. Medic 86 was seeing flames at 10:38. Quote, is there a structure fire out this way as well? I've never understood how the car went unnoticed. If they're sitting at the end, and you can certainly see down the road. So if he drove out that direction, then you're going to see it. Or maybe he's going to do the UFO through the fucking woods. Turn around and do that. Get out of here. 10:41, the initial RCMP IRD members located burning white Taurus decommissioned police cruiser in the driveway of one of the burning buildings. So this was the tip back then to me that it wasn't the warehouse we were talking about, because there was multiple vehicles. So they went initially to the cottage. But where did the first initial call originate from? The Blairs, right? To which they never responded to for hours, till 4 o'clock in the morning approximately. But yet you go to the cottage. Why? At 10:41? Why did you go to the cottage right away? Did McDonald tell you something to go down there? How would you know to go there? Why would you go there and neglect the 911 phone call from the Blairs? About a minute later, RCMP Northeast Nova Command contacted the on-call critical incident commander to request activation of the critical incident program. Critical incident is an event in which the scope and nature require specialized coordinating tactical response. The critical incident program can be scaled to respond to a variety of critical incidents responding depending on their nature. Critical incidents are commanded by an accredited critical incident commander who is responsible for overall command of the incident. This isn't spilt milk, and related resources. Critical incident program includes critical incident command staff, the emergency response team, ERT, police dog services, crisis negotiation team, emergency medical response team technicians, tactical radio operators, explosive disposal unit, and a variety of specialized technicians that support these units. I can't remember who was activated for the crisis negotiation, but it wasn't Bernard. Which, weird. Anyway, it's not coming to me. Peter will know. Okay, so they ID'd the address and just decided to go there right away. Again, this is not me. That's never added up. Why would you go to the place that's the ERT is okay? The ERT is highly trained, equipped, specialized police tactical unit deployed in the most critical and high incidents. RCMP ERT members are trained across Canada to the same standards, which are specialized equipment. Same specialized equipment. This ensures interoperability between RCMP ERT teams. I am responsible for approving the request for the initiate the critical incident program. Okay, and of course, 1046, April 18th. I was contacted by the on-call critical incident commander, who provided me with some details pertaining to the incident. Not spilt milk. I approved full critical incident program to respond to Portapique. The ERT team was directed to travel directly to Portapique base from its base RCMP headquarters in Halifax. What location had the first visible fire? Good question. Well, at this point, it should be 3, right? At least. At this point, it's almost 4. It should be 4. No, that's not true. Griffin didn't notice the fire until much later. 1045 at the Zalt. There were 5 RCMP vehicles, units on scene at Portapique. 1045, 5 of them. 7 more RCMP units were en route to Portapique. About 1049, RCMP members who had formed the IR team discovered a deceased victim, Orchard Beach Drive in Portapique. So that's Corey. Right? 1049. After going through the woods from the cottage for whatever reason, going there. Shortly thereafter, IRD RCMP members saw, and anybody who knows disputive things or whatever, things that they see wrong, please point it out. I'll try and keep an eye here what's going on. Multiple people report hearing young guys over by Frank's seeing a fire in the distance, saw 3 vehicles take off up OBR. Okay, if you can list the people who are hearing multiple people, you're saying, Yeah, please give the supportive documents. McDonald never mentioned seeing the cottage. Why would you go there first? Shortly thereafter, members saw someone approaching in the darkness carrying a flashlight, to which Clinton has always been very big on the 2 flashlights. When the RCMP members prepared to engage the individual who they suspected may have been responsible for the fires and gunshot, the individual turned off the light and ran into the woods. A second deceased victim was located shortly thereafter. Okay, so the order goes that they discover Corey, then see Clinton, and then discover, is that keeping pace? Then discover Lisa McCauley at about 11:10. Additional sometime prior to that, I guess, because the order I'm presuming is chronological to some extent. Additional gunshots were heard by the IART. Oh, but it could just be explosions because they don't know the difference between explosions and gunshots. Really? Now? That certain people have a real big problem with that in the background. No. And you never had anybody testify as to a sound expert testify as to the difference in sound that possible ammunition / explosion makes versus gunshots. Big difference. Okay. At least 4 calls by that time. By the time RCMP get there, all reported Orchard Beach Road, 0 reasons to go down Portapique Road. Why go to the cottage? Never has made sense. I'm like, Autumn Doucette statement. Okay, well, if you can locate it, then that would be great. Clinton said he shut off one. Okay, he's only using the one. Clinton said in his video he has put one flashlight away. Okay. What's so funny? Are you laughing at me? Am I entertaining? That's good. At about the same time, RCMP Operational Telecommunications Center initiated call-out procedures to obtain aerial support, forward-looking infrared capabilities from the Air Services Moncton, where the services are located. Sorry, one moment, there's something there. Right. And we've never gotten Lisa McCauley's 911 phone call, which does exist. Who was it that spoke to her again? Oh dear, oh no. It's in the 911 logs. Laughing at typing the same time as oh dear, I only laugh. Well, I everybody needs good humor, so I'm making mistakes here and stuff. At about 11:16, RCMP Air Services reported the RCMP helicopter was grounded for maintenance. As a result, additional inquiries to secure air support were made to the Joint Rescue Coordination Center, Canadian Armed Forces, and Coast Guard. Okay. When did CF become involved? They're sitting in there in the command center, which is always very interesting. One particular member. Additional gunshots were heard. Additional gunshots were heard by RCMP members at about 11:20. Okay, this is in his sworn affidavit. He's not saying explosions. 11:32, RCMP issued a message on Twitter. Okay, so we're done with the kitty cat now rolling around. To advising RCMP that the RCMP were in Portapique and asking the public to avoid the area, to stay in their homes and lock their doors. Great. Super warning. Super. Those canned tweets. Staggered. Which really didn't help anybody. RCMP beyond. They're negligent. Our RCMP Operational Communication Center staff were also using the 911 map, a reference that provides phone numbers and associated to house addresses to call all residents. You sure about that one? I know somebody else's affidavit who says that you were using pros and that you didn't use that. Okay. Shortly thereafter, 911 calls reported suspicious activity in the southernmost part of Portapique. Shortly after 11:32, well, I thought he was gone out the road at 10:48. RCMP members moved to that area. What would that suspicious activity be? It's not coming to my mind. Check Discord. Allison Francis 911 call mentions young guys and 3 vehicles. Other person was listed as a caller. Okay, yes, outdoor. Sorry, I was thinking OBR. I thought you were saying Blueberry Field. My apologies. Okay, so there's a lot of reference. You're right. There is this mention of. Lisa mentions what does she call them? There's a nickname, almost. The wording is strange, and everybody seems to use the same. The guys or something? The guys? Is it the young guys? Between 11:40 and 45, RCMP members reported that they heard more gunshots. Well, what are the explosions? Yeah, right. If you don't know the difference in the RCMP between a gunshot and an explosion, really? Fuck. Encountered another house on fire at about 11:55. A witness told RCMP members in Portapique that there might be multiple shooters. That's in the 911 logs, I believe. It's slipping my mind. She said she heard, "Hey, boys, boys, boys." Isn't the word boys? I don't know. Is that boys? Is like boys are boys, men are men. Or like, hey, boys. Must be reference to, like, quote, "Hey, boys." Yeah, hey, boys. She heard guys' voices too. Who? Sorry. Are you referring to Lisa? Allison? So we got Lisa, Allison, and like she knew them. Heard the boys? Hey, boys, the boys. The boys? Is the boys? Is it quote the boys, end quote? By midnight, there were 23 RCMP units on scene. 23 cars. Shortly after midnight on Sunday, April 19th, the RCMP were in contact with Truro Police Services, which advised that Colchester County Hospital was in lockdown. Shootings in Portapique. This was standard procedure when hospitals receive gunshot wounds. I can't comment as to whether that's standard operating procedure, but the RCMP members on Portapique scene included members who had been stopped and issued the summary offense to Gabriel Wortman, hereafter referred to gunman, on February 12th. Right then. Or was he having a scrap in the parking lot with the HRP / seconded, possibly RCMP member who only turns up doing the video stuff later? The HRP member down at Big Stone? Okay. Right then. At the time of the traffic stop, the gunman was driving a white 2013 Ford Taurus decommissioned police cruiser with reflective tape on the rear bumper. Well, I believe it's on the trunk, not the bumper, if I'm recalling correctly from the photos. And from the auction photos, it doesn't appear as though it's reflective. It appears as though the glue and also that the decals were all taken off. Even that Max said that. So I'm not sure what's going on over there. At that time, one of the RCMP members took a photo of the gunman's driver's license vehicle and speed radar reading, to which, isn't it Carol that has to remind him about this? Even though was a very aggressive stop to him. Colford doesn't recall any of that. Right. Oh, yes, she wasn't on scene. Oh, but she was in her affidavit. I don't know. When witnesses described the gunman was driving a car that resembled a police car, the member consulted a recall traffic stop and circulated a photo, license speed, rear of the Ford Taurus. But prior to midnight, you had no knowledge of that. So why would you assume that it was anything else but a marked police car? If you're asking for an accounting of every single car on the road, and Lily's name has floated up, and he drives a police car like Dave Lilly, which doesn't appear anywhere. But perhaps it's in Lisa McCauley's call, which they never have given. Shortly after midnight, but background criminal checks in statement says bumper referring to 12 stripes. But from the picture, it doesn't seem to have the 12 stripes. It has the two reflective bars on the trunk, the top part of the trunk. Am I recalling correctly? No stripes on the bumper. Oh, hearing a party? Okay. I want to touch on that when this is done. There's a statement I want to read. Background criminal record inquiries conducted into gunmen. These queries did not reveal any significant information. The RCMP learned that there was no recent entries for the gunman into the CPIC database, and that he did not have firearms possession acquisition license. At approximately 12:45, RCMP requested Halifax Regional do a drive-by and surveillance of Dartmouth to ensure his business residents of gunman. Not sure if the speeding ticket should show up or pros. Anyway, at approximately 12:49, which, would be interesting, because if they do supposedly show up and then all of a sudden it's not on there, that would be odd. It shows up for other people, but speeding tickets, but it's not there for Mr. Wardman. Approximately 12:49, the first RCMP ERT members arrived on scene in Portapique. Same time, RCMP J Division New Brunswick advised that one of its police service dogs and handler teams was also en route to Portapique. This is the French fellow and the messing up with the radio, which never really got touched on. Oh, the Picto tapes. Right. RCMP learned that the gunman was associated to residents in Portapique and in Dartmouth. Where are those? What is that all about, the Picto tapes? Nobody seems to ask about that one. Doesn't get mentioned. The RCMP began to I think it's inform other police forces that the gunman's identity and incidents have taken place. Bolo notices the gunmen were prepared and disseminated to all police forces and provincial police officers. Bolo included information on the gunman, that he was arrested and considered armed and dangerous, and provided additional vehicles to which it would be associated. Okay, so this is the slow petering out of, well, he actually has this car. Oh yeah, and this one too. And he's got that one, over a period of hours. You didn't know? Huh? Or you're just adding cars as you go. Sorry, I just called. I mean, there's even one call, an apology. Sorry, I'm just calling back to Truro. Oh yeah. There's another one. Efforts to locate the gunman continued throughout the night. By 1 a.m., April 19th, RCMP established a 2-kilometer lockdown around Portapique. Roadblocks at 4 locations, Highway 2, a command post for critical incident program response. Halifax Regional Police ERT was dispatched to the gunman's residence. If I remember correctly, the 12 stripes came from Banfield's family. But it doesn't seem to echo in the picture. So something going wrong there. Additionally, I think the best photo is the photo from, which I've shown before, from the auction of the actual car. And there's nothing that you can see on the bumper. You can see the, I don't know what to call them, the trunk sticker, I would say glue left, but that's it. But suddenly we have stripes. Maybe you put the stripes on after the pullover. Oh, but that was tested. That was Dorrington said they were there. Bumper and trunk. Okay. RCMP Critical Incident Commander assumed control of Critical Incident 124. Nothing. Of course, no mention of Carol or auto dispatching, self-dispatching garbage, taking up resources. Conduct. At about the same time, who somehow knew from a sergeant in Amherst. Right. As a result of 911 call, reported suspicious activity, RCMP ERT was directed to the western side of Portapique River across from Portapique. What was the southernmost stuff? What was going on down there? The ERT was attended this call and cleared the area of the gunman. Okay, so this is Carroll and his son stuff. Doesn't look great. At about 1:58, the RCMP were advised the Halifax Regional had located a Taurus cruiser at the gunman's residence, but they decided that they believed that the vehicle had not moved in some time as it had snow on it. Right, because it was in the driveway when it was really in the parking lot. That made a lot of sense. 1:58, when were they dispatched and at there? Oh, right, an hour later. Okay. Then they noticed the car in the driveway. In the driveway, not in the parking lot. We're advised, okay, so Taurus decommissioned cruiser, gunman's residence, Dartmouth, but they believed that the vehicle had not moved for some time as it had snow on it. Now, this is the vehicle that was pulled over. One moment, please. My apologies. Okay. The car that was in the driveway, which then suddenly is in the parking lot later the next day, I believe the license plate is of the car that is in the February 12th pullover. Why is there no stickers on the back of it in April? Did you have the car repainted? I take great issue with the cars not being found because it was not licensed, not how it works to find cars. It goes by what cars are registered to you. It's like the 6 cars, 5 unplated appears years before. Same bullshit. Cars not being found because it was not licensed. Mm-hmm. What was that Indo video? Surfaced how long was it? August 2021 when he surfaced the video of the snowing outside. April 19th. That was just crazy. Or April 18th, 19th. Yeah, right. Okay, at about 12, like you just found that. It's kind of like somebody saving a recording for How long was that? Oh, but then it's CSI. 219, more gunshots, more sounds of gunshots. Of gunshot. Well, I think it's gunshots. Were reported in Portapique. Suddenly thereafter, a person with a flashlight, who had fled into the woods earlier in the evening, was found by RCMP and cleared as a suspect. Now, something I've never quite understood Clinton's point on the multiple flashlights, but maybe somebody can help me with that one. It seems very important about the 2 flashlights. I don't quite follow, and was found by RCMP and cleared as a suspect. Well, he was detained, i.e. cuffed, which is understandable in the situation, but perhaps you might want to say that. At approximately 2:50 a.m., in Portapique, hello Tara, reported a single gunshot from small arms fire. But I thought he went out the road. That you never provided the tapes from the Tebows, even though they have them. And it would show clearly somebody getting out their car and taking the rope chain thing down, potentially even getting out of the car after they drove through and putting it back up. It's like the tapes of Bjorn's. Where are they? That would show everything, like the shooting, the fire, because he has surveillance cameras everywhere, and it's in a task report, and he's got the cell phone with pictures and video additionally in the task report, which have never come forward. Problem. By this time, the RCMP identified the gunman's home, warehouse at Portapique, and 2 decommissioned Ford Taurus police vehicles, all of which had been destroyed by fire at 2:50. Now, I think is it in here that later it catches fire or something? Is it in this one? Because it wasn't on fire originally. Yeah, it's this one. They located the one at the cottage, and it wasn't on fire, but then it catches fire later. Okay. That was Lisa and the gas, and then walking away, I guess. All the destroyed by fire. At approximately 3:23, RCMP received reports of suspicious activity west of Portapique, west of the river. ERT was dispatched and after about 30 minutes cleared and returned to Portapique. Is that the Carroll incident? So we have 2 dispatches over there. Shortly after 4, an updated bolo was sent, included additional information on vehicles associated with the gunman. So this is when they keep adding cars. I think there's 2 or 3 of them that they add cars. Right. Find them under pillows with DOJ notes. Shortly thereafter, 5 a.m., ERT located 2 more deceased individuals. Okay, that would be the players, presumably. The original 911 call, because, you go there 7 hours later, right? That's what you do. You go to the 911 call 7 hours later. You go to the cottage first, and then you go all over the place, and then you decide to go to the 911 call. Because maybe wouldn't be like somebody might be alive. Right. Believing bullshit? Not. If they believe that he killed himself, why are they sending bolos? Good question. I thought it was 4 a.m. There was the one singular gunshot. Does that come later? Oh, shortly after four. No. See, they say the singular gunshot. Where's the single gunshot? Oh, right here, 250. But there was one after that. Further bolos were issued from all police agencies, to all police agencies, my apologies, including Truro and Amherst Police Services, after 5. Shortly, again, after 6, the RCMP drone was in the air. Was it shortly after 6? You know, the one that could find deer but couldn't find Lisa? Right. With heat signatures. 6:28, a 911 call reported the common law spouse, which they couldn't get figured out for days, what she is. Is she a neighbor? Is she, well, she was a neighbor on the 28th. Isn't the 28th? Press conference? She's a neighbor. Okay. Had emerged from hiding in the woods overnight in a tree, of course, because it was only negative temperatures that night. It was only that Colford had to keep getting in her car to heat up. It was only that Dion Sutton was wearing heavy gear, Arc'teryx, toque, etc. Well, you know, what was it? Uninjured? Uninjured. In addition to providing details regarding the gunman, had a kind of a interesting rate. And somehow they're learning in here of the 50 caliber, the sniper rifle, and what is it? Well trained as a sniper. Because most people are and have those kinds of weapons. And no, it's not from CSI Boy, because he doesn't call until much later in the day. So who the fuck did they learn that from? Because I ain't seen it. Sharpshooter, there you go. Well-trained sharpshooter. In addition to providing details, she reported that he loaded several firearms in the front seat of her replica RCMP believes vehicle, had assaulted her, and her sister may be a target. Also reported was that he was last seen with a rifle. But I thought he was upstairs. Not running around with a rifle. Where'd she get that one from? When Halifax Regional Police contacted the sister, members of the Banfield's extended family shared photographs of the replica cruiser RCMP Ford Taurus. Now, where were those ripped from? Definitely from the boyfriend. Forgetting his name off the top of my head. Maureen's ex, who they seized the phone from when he was trying to delete the photos. This photo was provided to RCMP, critical incident, around 7:22. Which I guess, I think it was it Fahey? Fahey saw the bumper? Then mentioned to Rod McDonald, who wasn't told anything. Shortly before 7:30, RCMP ERT confirmed there were no signs of firearms in the 2 burnt-out Ford Tauruses, former police cruisers in the driveway. They just will love to try and sell a white car as something else. Of gunman's Portapique cottage and at his warehouse. boys reported rifle over his shoulder. Okay, well, I believe it was also Lisa said that. She also had this interesting. Wonder if I still have that. There was a bit of a change in the coat. Right here. 549, 44. So that's actually 644, I believe. Barnhill, suspect is last seen by Lisa wearing black jeans, black vest, black hat, inaudible. Then turns into in the interview, which is conducted shortly thereafter. He had black jeans on, Lisa says, a burnt orange vest, and a black hat. Somehow, this becomes that. Never quite figured out that. In a few minutes, 20 minutes, I believe it is, or thereabouts, you can approximate it. How the fuck does that happen? Yeah. There's a Wagner based out of Enfield. Detachment. Okay, moving along. Shortly before 7:30, see these shortly befores, they know the exact times. There's no shortlies. There's no sometime thereafter. There's an exact time because you got it all. You know, just go and ask them over at IMT, H Strong 2. They know. Oh, but you know that because you gathered it. RCMP confirmed that there were no signs of firearms in the burnt cruisers, whatever. Up to this point, through computer record queries, the RCMP were aware of 3 decommissioned cruisers. Okay, here we go into the non-licensed, non-registered bullshit. Which actually, I had something a long time ago about that. That is demonstrably a issue. I think it proves that the car was registered at one point. Anyway, at 8:02, RCMP released another Twitter message, canned and strategically released, of an active shooter in Portapique. Good of you to wait, kitty cat an hour, and then just stay at home. Meanwhile, people are being massacred. Then you decide to tell them, you know, kind of, 9 hours later. That's strategic. RCMP residents were asked to stay inside. Of course, they've learned of the cruiser, right? But can't tell anybody. Can't tell anybody about that on the tweeters. No. That might be a problem. Active shooter situation. Residents were asked to stay in their homes and lock their doors. Thanks for that. But this time we got the addition of the active shooter. Good. Not a weapons complaint. Not a weapons complaint. Like a BB gun or some. At 8:33 a.m., 911 call again reported suspicious activity on the western side of Portapique River across from Portapique. What's that? investigated and cleared the call 8:52. Same time, J Division was entering Nova Scotia. Okay, so no J Division apparently before 8:52. What is this third one? Can somebody help me with that? Kid statement conflict as well. Boy said he had some jacket on the hips. I believe is it David Wagner? I'm not sure. There's some entry from Northwest Territories newspaper citing a photo. Odd. Anyway, 8:54, Black Puffy. 13-hour movies? Oh, just wait for Global. They're dreaming it up. Maybe they have help, executive producer somewhere. Swiss Air. 8:54, RCMP released another Twitter. Okay, the message named the gunman and included his photo and physical description. Okay, that was interesting how that was deleted, and IMT's tracking all of everybody. The message also alerted the public that he was armed and dangerous, included a warning not to approach and call 911 if seen. Thanks for that. By 9:05, RCMP ERT were engaged in evacuation. Does anybody know, sorry, what this one is here? This call? 8:33. Over in 5 houses? Don't know. I can't recall any mention of this, but 9:05 was engaged in evacuation of Portapique residents. Well, you just happened to miss that one on the wall, you know, Cobequid. In fact, you drove by it, even though you've known about it for hours. I believe already calls coming in. At 9:29 a.m., RCMP Division ERT resources were on scene in Portapique. Sorry. Okay, so RCMP remains on scene. You may not see them, but we're here. We're here. Yeah, I don't know what this is. 8:33? What is this? Over on the other side, 5 houses side. I don't recall. Hello, Cindy. A few minutes later, anybody who recalls the 8:33 incident, please let me know. Seems like 3 incidents now over there, if I'm counting correctly, according to this affidavit. A few minutes later, RCMP received 911 call reporting a woman deceased on the road near Wentworth. You see how he's being fast with this one? A few minutes. Well, what the fuck time is that? You've got the 911 log. Lillian is another thread. The deer hitting Carol, car, Rod McDonald, Forrest, the dog. Okay. This incident occurred more than 60 kilometers away from Portapique within minutes. Multiple 911 callers reported a house fire in Wentworth, further north. Some 911 callers reported hearing what they believed to be gunshots earlier within minutes. Here we go. Fast. Being a little fast, being a little shaky, being a little sneaky, being a little devious, being a little fucked. Within minutes. Gunshots earlier and at the time of their call, but did not call 911 until they saw the fire. So what time? Because if they're hearing gunshots at the time of their phone call, gunshots at the time of the phone call to 911, to which I'm not familiar, but again, please help me. I don't recall reading this. What time is this phone call? You need to know the time of the gunshots. In the proximity of Sean Alana's. Very important piece of evidence. Not within minutes. Not some fuckaroonies. Some exact time. Because he would have the 911 call. Gunshots at the time of their call. Should be mentioned in the 911 logs. I don't recall reading it. I recall mention of a car that drove by slightly after in an interview, and a missing videotape to which DOJ was having difficult time locating. By about 9:42, RCMP general duty officers and ERT members from Nova Scotia and New Brunswick were en route to the Wentworth locations. Well, that's being a bit fast again. Apparently, everybody was going to Lillian, right? What happened up there? Oh, Hunter Road? What? Truro Police Services notified replica RCMP cruiser driven by gunman was possibly heading to Truro. 9:47. RCMP member in Glenholm area passed marked RCMP vehicle. Oh, right. Let's boom. I feel the bus. Which he believed to be the gunman who was wearing a high visibility vest. The RCMP member turned around in an effort to catch up to the gunman but could not locate the vehicle. That affidavit. Oh boy. He would be a very interesting man to question. At about the same time, huh? What that? A 911 caller reported the gunman was at the door of a residence in Glenholm. This residence was about 37 kilometers south of the Wentworth house fire. About 9:52, members were at the Glenholm scene. Oh, 9:52 at the Fishers. Is that right? Beginning at 10:02, multiple 911 calls reported 2 women had been killed in the Debert area, 10 kilometers from Glenholm. 10:04, RCMP tweeted gunman was in Glenholm area, directed people to stay inside and lock their doors. Was that the campground tweet? The RCMP ERT was directed to Debert and was on scene at by about 10:14. Les Peterson, who was being babysat by Addie. Oh, don't need to go over there. Oh, that stinks. The babysitting. At 10:17, the RCMP tweeted a photo of the gunman's replica car. Thanks for doing that. Only 3 hours, 2 hours, 2.5 hours after you knew about it. Identifying call sign 28811 or 2811. Okay, whatever. Either the scan is fucked up or something. At 10:21, sorry, I'm going to go back here. Heidi riding solo in 3rd cluster and Colford riding solo in 2nd cluster. 3357 OCC. On this repeater, I got a female calling from Bayshore Road, Portapique Bayshore Road. She says she sees somebody ducking down behind some bushes right behind her residence. Thank you. Did it say that they responded to that? ERT investigated and then cleared the call. So they went over there and then came back in 19 minutes. Cleared. Okay. Thank you for that, Odir. This is why group think. Group, not group think. Group investigative skills. 1021 RCMP tweeted the gunman's last known location. Fuck off with the gunman. They're just hiding. Was in central Onslow to Burt area. 1037 RCMP called Truro Police Services to advise them to secure the perimeter of Truro. Well, but that doesn't matter. Going back and forth in time. RCMP Critical Incident Commander directed RCMP resources to secure the entry and exit points to Truro along Highway 102. I don't know about entry points, exit points. Okay. Seemed to be quite a crowd. Who was it that was saying that they didn't even know why they were there? That poor guy was totally locked out. He had no idea what the fuck was going on. 1042, he just showed up at things. Why were people leaving? I have no idea. 1042, 911 call reported RCMP vehicle with the number 11. Oh, right. The Dorrington goop. Which he doesn't have in his notes for a while later. Was it half an hour or some kind of delay? No mention of Heidi being shot. No mention of Chad being shot. But of course, he would have heard that on the radio. And then he decides to put in later, well, you know, my wife called a while ago. RCMP duty members, but there was a delay. RCMP general duty members and ERT mobilized to set up a checkpoint, Highway 2, north of Stewackie, Brookfield, Highway 102. Of course. Because things are going to happen really quickly here. About 3 minutes later, 911 call reported RCMP vehicle 28 seen on the side of 101 between Kentville and Sackville towards Halifax. Is that the call? I can't remember which one. I don't remember too. Interesting. Yes, thank goodness. I certainly thank. RCMP members were positioned at strategic lines. So there were two calls? I think I remember something about this 11 call now. 911 logs. RCMP members were positioned strategic locations, Nova Scotia highways, Colchester, the area to locate the gunman shortly before 11 a.m. RCMP Constable Chad, shortly before. You can't get this one figured out. Huh. Very strange. You don't know when your own member is shot. A year later. Was positioned Highway 2224 and encountered the gunman. While RCMP Heidi Stevenson was en route, Constable Morrison's location. The gunman shot and wounded Constable Morrison when he lay while he was positioned on his cruiser beside the highway. And of course, then Gibson live times him after the shooting, and his his SUV seems to be traveling on the 224, not on the 2. How could that be? I don't know. Shortly thereafter, the gunman purposely targeted police vehicle driven by Constable Stevenson. Right around the same time, according to your stupid 4D map. Purposely targeted the vehicle driven by Constable Stevenson, which was approaching the location from a highway off-ramp beneath the overpass on which he was traveling. The gunman drove across the lanes of traffic and entered the off-ramp in the wrong direction. Constable Stevenson's vehicle and the gunman mock police cruiser collided. Constable Stevenson engaged the gunman and discharged her firearm prior to being killed. Ding, ding, ding. Automatic CERT investigation. Automatic. Mandated. CERT. The shit. What happened to that? You broke your mandate? Felix? Not good. Love the email about destroying cars right away. Stevenson's and Chad's. Let's destroy them right away. Now that you have the investigation, because CERT didn't get it. This is an automatic CERT investigation. It's not an RCMP investigation. CERT. The gunman also killed a passerby who appears to have stopped to provide assistance, set fire to the replica RCMP cruiser, and stole the passerby's SUV. Do you think the guy walking on the beach? Are you talking about down when they were down coal pits? As they drove by Cobequid? Chad Flight Morrison? Oh, okay. Just reading the comment, that's all. Reading, just recently found out her daughter knows. A girl who's seen the whole Shuby incident, took pictures, apparently traumatized, hoping to speak to her soon. Well, there's pictures of, I like the pictures of the reference of the lady who has pictures of, I believe it is 2 people with rifles and an officer on the ground. Excuse me. That would be like the rifle rounds that are on the ground. The 3 different rounds that Addie refers to. A what? Not a pistol. Rifle. And possibly rifles, according to this lady. With pictures. Oh. The RCMP updated public via tweet. 11:04. And gunman was last seen traveling southbound 102 Brookfield. And again, 11:06, gunman traveling now SUV. Well, one is true and one can't be. Don't know. Always odd. Gunman then traveled Highway 224. A person known to him broke into the residence, shot a dog, and killed the residents, changed his clothes, which he left outside, stole the vehicle, which apparently the pants, hat, and shirt somehow came from a corrections officer, according to Banfield, with the peerless, now added peerless cuffs, which also could be Smith & Wesson cuffs, which were scrubbed by Fisher, who found them, what was it? The next night in a pile of ashes that should have been blown out as the car was extinguished by the fire department. Whole bunch of bullshitting going on here. Numerous RCMP and Halifax Regional Police Service vehicles were positioned along the 102 Highway 2 corridor during this time. Northbound. Don't know why. Why would you position them northbound? Why was Halifax Regional Police just happened to be at the big stop? Waiting. You know. When McLeod and Hubley decided to go for their first round of gas that they didn't get, to which then they go to Enfield, to which they don't get gas, to which then they decide to go back to Big Stop to get gas, to which they hop out of their vehicle immediately, 11 seconds, and kill somebody, even though they couldn't have seen shit. Right. Shortly after 11:10, a 911 call reported gunman at a grocery store in Pearl. Meanwhile, everybody's gathering down at the Sobeys down at Elmsdale. How strange. Oh, we just didn't know. We just went to the wrong store. Wow. As we're staging. RCMP members attended Truro police assistance. However, the false report and the gunman was not located. That's probably because he was driving down through the RCMP weigh scales shortly thereafter, which the time is wrong, of course, right? Even though I would assume that's connected to the internet, just like every clock is wrong, to which then it appears as though there is a gray Mazda waiting until Hubley drives by him across the highway. What? And then he decides to follow because he needs gas. And those Elmsdale tapes, oh my. Problems. RCMP members encountered gunmen at gas station in Enfield, 23 kilometers south, because they needed gas times 3. Murder scene of Shubenacadie, to which they've already been there once before. HRP is just sitting there waiting. One of the RCMP members recognized the gunman. How could you do that? Not possible. Who was shot and killed by the RCMP members shortly before 11:30. Oh, you don't even know. Still, a year later. Based on previous experience, particularly with respect to 2014 Moncton shooting, which you haven't learned shit, nor have you followed by any of the fucking recommendations, during which 3 RCMP members were killed and 2 members were shot, social media posts or tweets have been considered an effective way to communicate. A superior way. As long as they're canned, scripted, and released at strategic times. the fact that the RCMP social media is monitored by and rebroadcast, reported on by news media. I am aware that shortly before the gunman was killed, Nova Scotia provincial emergency management officials contacted the RCMP to offer the use shortly before. To my knowledge, at the time of these events, no police force in Canada had used the. That's an absolute garbage reason. Oh, we haven't used it, so we can't. That makes sense. The RCMP accepted the offer, and we're in the process of preparing the alert. Right. That was all the repeated calls to now absent Rodier, who happens to be on the radio later in the day saying, do not check any house in Cobequid. Don't! Wait till the people who look into dead bodies come. But I want to check to see if there's any survivors. Do not do that! You don't need to check for survivors. Oh. Peterson then coming back, and he's like, should I be doing this? I don't even know. Of course, that's missing from the Colchester afternoon logs. Rodier, missing that order. Oops. At the time the gunman was stopped, RCMP were able to confirm that 9 people had been killed. And I would say, look at the stuff earlier in the day. 2 in a house, 2 males, very fucked up. In total, he killed 22 people and 1 victim's unborn child. Thank you. And I believe that he intended to kill at least 5 others. Of these 27 people, it appears to be 18 were known to the gunman, while the remaining persons were strangers. Okay. Now, why is the intended victim, whose reason is totally logically flawed, why is that first victim still living? This is very bizarre domestic. Definitely don't slip on that gas. Please don't put the cuff on me. Okay, I won't. Right. Sorry, the incorrect time of the beard, 7:43. 7:43. That's Colpitts, right? For the 8:33 Mills, checked it out, figured it was clear. It was a deer at 8:52. Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought that was the Colpitts. I think Colpitts is earlier. Maybe they swung around and tried to pick up Lisa afterward. Oh, that's right. According to Colpitts, Leon and Lisa were arrested. Now, somehow that seems to have gotten lost in the mix. Kind of a major point, but kind of follows. Of course, Lisa would be a suspect. Anybody would be until they had ascertained, just like Clinton, till they can ascertain, not that you're an innocent. Right. His motivation seems unclear in several cases. For those who were strangers, it appears that some may have been randomly chosen by the gunman, and some were targeted by the gunman because they tried to help others. Some you just veer off and drive into. That makes sense. Some of the victims were traveling when they were killed. Okay, sorry. Some of the victims were traveling when they were killed or injured by the gunman. Traveling. Who is traveling exactly? Is this their excuse to say that they were pulled over? Or injured by the gunman? 14 of the victims were killed in their homes. 14 of the victims were killed in their homes. I suppose this is like their, what is it? 13 died by fire? Is that correct? 9 by bullet? Powwow? They had all kind of problems with it, the April 28th press conference? That doesn't really add up. Some of the victims were aware of the gunman's identity and that police were searching for him. In other cases, it is not possible to determine what the victims knew. 13 of the victims were killed in Portapique, April 18, 2020. 13. 13 and 9. On April 19th, 2024, the people were killed in Wentworth. 2 people were killed in and around Tibert, and 3 people were killed in the Shubenacadie area. Between 10:01 p.m. Saturday, April 18th, and 10:30 Sunday, April 19th, when he was arrested. 10:40 was the arrest. Tweet. Yeah, sometime later in the afternoon, you figure out that he's actually dead. Well, 554 calls to RCMP Operations Communication Center. One of the 4 points in the province that receives 911 calls. Right. And then it was the dropped phone calls that you tried to use, the April 24th bullshit test that you did with the airsoft guns that you used as evidence. Really shitty move, IMT. H-Strong 2. That was not nice to use people as gerbils in your fucking goddamn test. Because when the calls were dropped, they were actually not dropped. They were sent over to other 911 centers. Of these 480 that were answered, 74 were abandoned. Of those that were answered, 295 related to the issue. Okay, so that's all the nonsense that they were bringing up about their defense that they tried to build, which was garbage. I'd make this affidavit in relation to the motion certification and no improper use. And then we got Scott McCrozen. Not sure how everything gets screwed up here because it's not the scan. It's not McCowison, it's McCrozen. Now, can see 2 vehicles at the truck stop appear when the tab is pulling in. Pretty sure Brown and Melanson were down there. Okay. I wanted to do another read-through. So I'm going to do a separate video on the read-through. It's quite an interesting read-through, which was dropped subsequently to the mass casualty supposedly wrapping up. Of course, because they're finished, right? It's not like nothing new here is going to happen in the next few days, I would think. But this was one that happened, whatever it was, on the last dump. And I would like to read through with you. So I'm going to bid you adieu temporarily. Withholding information on an affidavit is a chargeable offense? I don't believe so. No, sadly. It's kind of one of those reactive things, you know. To me, withholding information is dishonesty, out and out. You don't reactively tell the truth. You know, like Brennan did in front of Secu when he knew about the phone call since spring. Anyway, I digress. Okay, so please do join me for the next read through. I'm sorry that Odeer is streaming, which is super awesome. Oh, now there's one person watching? Really? Well, that would be me, maybe. I don't know. But I'm not watching, sadly. I'm streaming. But do remember, over on Odeer's channel, doing all kinds of hard work and picking up that end of the thing, of stuff too. Not sure how it can handle all this, but thank goodness. Well, I really don't want to step on her toes, because I'm very thankful in so many different ways. And of course, thankful to all of you. So God bless you all. I will start a stream probably in about 5 minutes. God bless you. Thank you for all your assistance. God bless the 23. We have to keep it up.